call the meeting to order. I'd like to begin by acknowledging that we are in Treaty 1 territory and the traditional homeland of the Métis Nation. I'll introduce the panel members first. Kevin Salem to my left, Maurice Carrier to my far left. Our assessor today is Mr. David Penner. Our administrative assistant is Huda Aziz. I'm Marcel Laronde. I'll be chairing. We will be hearing applications for revision of assessment roll in accordance with the Municipal Act. The matters for which revision is requested have been described in each application, and we will limit the discussions to those matters. The statements that applicants or the assessor make at this hearing are sworn testimony, and anyone speaking to the matter must be sworn in. Be advised that comparisons of assessments of properties are not considered evidence of market value by the Board of Revision. The Board of Revision is appointed annually by Council and is independent of it and the City Administration. It makes its decisions on the basis of the evidence provided at this hearing and issues a written order that will be mailed to all parties as soon as possible. Please note that the Board's decision with respect to an application may be appealed to the Manitoba Municipal Board if the matter pertains to assessed value or classification, or the Court of Queen's Bench if the matter pertains to an application of exemption from taxation. Should you wish to appeal, information on how to do so will be included with the Board order. With respect to the hearing process, I will confirm the matters to be addressed with each applicant following the swearing in. We will then have the assessor's testimony followed by the questions that the applicant may have, and then the applicant's testimony followed by questions. Each side will have an opportunity to summarize if they wish. Once all the evidence about an application has been brought forward, the applicant may leave. The process will repeat for each item on the docket today. The session will close after all applications have been heard, and the Board will deliberate in private and make decisions. You will receive the order by registered mail as soon as possible. As information, all public hearings are live streamed, recorded, and will be part of the public record. And I'd ask everyone to put their phones on silent, please. Swear them in, Elise, please.
Please state your full name.
David Thomas George Penner.
And do you swear the evidence you're about to present is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Please state your full name. And do you affirm the evidence you're about to present is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Would you like to swear another time? Please state your full name.
James Richard.
And do you swear the evidence you're about to present is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
The first property on the agenda today will be 999 Henry Avenue. I see that you're having the burden of proof being placed on the applicant, so I'll let you go into that after you give us the information, Mr. Penn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this is file number 19-1686. The roll number is 13092260000. The address is 999 Henry Avenue, and the value in the roll for 2020 is $4,566,000. At the bottom of the page, you can see our request. The assessor requests that the burden of proof be placed on the applicant for non-cooperation, section 53(3)B of the MAA, and if the reduction in assessments is ordered, that it follows section 54(3.2) of the MAA. Supporting documentation for our request is found starting on page 13 of my brief. So here's a tracking report for the registered mailer that was sent out. The envelope that was sent out is on page 14. The registered letter that was sent out is shown on page 15, and the mailer that was sent out is shown on page 16 through 19. So that is the basis of our request. There is no response given to our request for financial information. We haven't received any submission from the owner on this property since 2011. So there is a bit of a history of non-compliance, and we ask that the deferral penalty be applied here.
Mr. Neufeld, do you have any questions?
I have a couple of questions, if I may.
You may.
Before we do that, we want to distribute the files. Yeah. Sorry.
Thank you.
Right now, you're just going to be asking questions.
Yeah, I just wanted to put something to it, so. Mr. Henner, the address that you sent this mailer to, the City Assessment Department sent it to, this is found on page 14, you'll see the cover of the envelope.
Yes.
Was sent to not the subject property, but to an address in Surrey, BC.
Correct.
It is the Assessment Department's standard practice to use the address for service noted on the status of title, is it not, when sending out these mailers?
Unless otherwise directed.
Right. And so the address for service, I provided a copy of the status of title document, and you'll note that the address for service is at an address in West Vancouver, BC. Do you see that at box 3?
Yes.
Okay. And we know that that's not the address that you sent it to. You sent to Surrey, BC, at, of course, a different address.
Right.
Do you personally know why this address in Surrey, BC was used?
I don't personally know that. I would assume that that's the address we've been directed to use for many years, and I believe that's also the address that the tax bills and assessment notices go to.
Right. And so you mentioned that you hadn't received mailers for several years.
Right.
Would that not cause the City Assessment Department to actually inquire as to whether in fact this was going to the correct address?
Well, we know that they received it because they did sign for it. So as far as we know, they received it.
Well, you say they signed for it. So if you look at somebody signed for it, for the mail.
Yes.
And that is found at page 13 of your brief.
Right.
And so somebody did, you're correct, somebody signed it by the name of Menard M. Terra. Do you know who Menard M. Terra is and whether that person is affiliated with the taxpayer?
Well, based on the name M-Terra is the one that operates the recycling facility. M-Terra? So I would assume they're associated.
You don't know what their position is, you're just making
I don't.
a guess at this point. The signature, it's just interesting, the signature doesn't appear to be an M-Terra, but in any event. The document itself is not addressed to M-Terra, it's addressed to International Paper Industries, correct? But it's actually not, it's a numbered company. 427703 BC Ltd. And then underneath that is International Paper Industries. Is there any reference to M-Terra on this document?
On which document?
On the mailer, page 15.
No, it's addressed to the BC Limited Company.
That's the registered owner.
Right.
Well, those are my questions, thank you.
What is, any questions?
So, I don't know if it's a proper question, but I'm assuming here that the taxes are dictated on a continuous basis when it's being sent to this address. Is that, would you know that?
Yes, taxes are being paid.
Taxes are being paid?
Yes.
And it's always being sent at that address?
Yes.
Okay, business tax as well?
I'm not sure about the business.
You're not, but you're sure about the real estate taxes?
Yes.
Okay.
The address would be the same for the assessment notices and the tax bills.
Okay, so historically, you're saying there's been no returns made, as you see on page 2, or in part anyway. You're covering 2 years only there, but you're saying it goes back
Since the last submission we have is 2011.
2011?
Yes.
Was it the same owner then? Do you know?
Yes.
Yes. And that signature, I know that the appellant has referred to a name here. I don't know who can figure this one out, but Maynard, whatever.
It looks like Menard. I don't see M-Terra on there.
Okay. Alberta, Surrey, BC. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman, that's all I had.
Ken, do you have any questions?
No, any questions that being asked, Mr. Chair?
Okay, on with the presentation.
Just one question arising from that. You mentioned that taxes have been paid. If the property owner is on the TIP program, do they need to receive their property tax bill to make a payment?
Oh, well, they would get their tip notices if they're on the tip program.
It would just be processed automatically.
Yeah, and they would get their assessment notices. I'm assuming that's why we're here today.
The assessment notices are also available publicly via the website, correct?
Yes.
Those are my questions. Can we just speak to some of the actual background?
Yeah. Factual background on this, and I sorry I was just double checking this, is I do have an email from them. This goes back to 2014, and they requested some clarification on their TIP payment plan. So that's the knowledge I have is they are on TIP. The address that I was dealing with in 2014 was 1122 Pioneer Road, Burlington, Ontario, care of Halton Recycling. Halton was the operating division responsible for business taxes, and the numbered company was responsible for the real estate. Both addresses were at 1122 Pioneer Road, and they paid me, so they must have got their invoices in Ontario.
I could just distribute this. I just want to speak to, I guess, the legislative requirement in a relatively recent decision of the municipal board on these penalty issues. This decision, which I've just distributed, is a relatively recent decision from the municipal board, dated August 27, 2019. This was a request for a deferral order or a penalty in the context of a business assessment appeal. So you may hear about this case when you get to the business assessment cases in a couple of months, or a short time from now. And just very briefly, this involved Manitoba Hydro receiving a business assessment, I guess a mailer, which there was no response to the mailer. So there were a couple of issues in this case. Number one is whether the deferral penalty provisions apply to business assessments at all. And so that was the first point of this case, because there was a number of decisions from this board that went, frankly, all over the map on that particular question. The municipal board actually determined that yes, the deferral penalty can apply to business assessments when there's a failure, and that's what this decision says. But for the purposes of this hearing, what this decision also speaks to is the onus on the city assessment department to prove that an actual appropriate service was made of the mailer. So while the municipal board determined that yes, the deferral penalty can apply in the context of business assessment, it then turned its mind to, okay, should it apply in this particular case? So the mailer in this instance was sent out to Manitoba Hydro's, the subject property, in fact, the mailing address associated with the subject property, which was Hydro's head office building at 360 Portage Avenue, which you're all familiar with. And if I could just direct your attention to page 24 of the municipal board's decision on this point. So if you look at the fourth paragraph down, it indicates that the assessor did confirm that prior to sending out I&E requests, the department relies on an owner's address for service shown on the status of title of the Winnipeg Land Titles Office. So I'll just pause there. And Mr. Penner also confirmed that that is the case here. We've heard it in numerous cases where they will rely on the Land Titles Office unless there's some evidence that the owner directed them to send it somewhere else. We don't have that evidence in this case. They then say, the evidence reveals, however, the department did not follow its own protocol in this case. The status of title for the property shows that 4985371 Manitoba Ltd., which is a Manitoba Hydro Company, as the registered owner of the property, and the address for service as 820 Taylor Avenue. 820 Taylor is, of course, the old Manitoba Hydro building where their property department was situated. However, the first INE request was sent out to a different address, P.O. Box 815 Station, Maine. That's the address for the subject property. So, although the city assessment firm was using the subject property's address, the municipal board went on to explain that that was not appropriate. The assessor was unable to explain how the P.O. Box 815 Station, Maine address was linked to the owner and was unable to provide any evidence or records in that regard, which is the same as here. If you turn the page regarding the tracking report discussion, the second paragraph indicates the tracking report in connection with the second INE request also shows that the second INE request was signed for by an A. Wadham, but Mr. Pohl was unable to confirm the identity of that person or whether that person had authority to accept documents on the owner's behalf. So what happened in that case, of course, as here, is that the assessor didn't receive the response. They sent a follow-up mailer by registered mail, and it was signed for by somebody, but they couldn't advise who that person was or whether they had authority. And they say at the third paragraph, the board is satisfied on the evidence the owner is the proper party linked to the 2016 business estimate. The board notes, however, that the department did not follow its own mailing protocols, and evidence is clearly lacking to show that the first INE request or second INE request was brought to the attention of the owner. So on these facts, we're dealing with Manitoba Hydro, which is a sophisticated party in Manitoba. The mailer sent to an address, but it's a big organization, and unless there's specific evidence that they bring, there's a reason why the address for service was Taylor Avenue, because that's where their property department is. And when somebody puts an address for service on title, typically the reason for that is that legal documents which affect the property are to be sent to that particular address. In this case, we have an address of West Vancouver, BC. For some reason, they sent it somewhere else. We can guess as to why, I don't know. We can speculate, but there's no evidence as to that. So in this municipal board decision, although there were other reasons why, in addition to this, why they did not grant the deferral penalty, one of which was that they didn't clearly indicate the business assessment role on the mailer. That's a matter for another day. Clearly what they're saying here is that there's an onus on the assessment department to show that if they're using a different address for service, they have to bring evidence to show A, why they've done that, and B, show that the person who signed for this mail actually has some authority to accept such a document. So that's what the municipal board says as of August 27, 2019, and I would suggest that consistency would dictate that the same result applied here. Those are my submissions.
Questions, Mr. Penner?
So, is this company receiving their assessment and tax notices being sent to the same address? Are they getting those?
No, I'm getting the assessment notices by looking them up and then phoning my contacts.
So the company is not receiving their notices?
No, we missed them on, I actually have a contact at the Collier's office in Ontario, Chris Jenkins, who's been tracking them down for me.
Wouldn't the company be concerned about not receiving their notices?
Don't know, have to ask them.
I mean, it's a normal course of business if you own property, that you would want to know your taxes and your...
Well, this is a city contractor, and they pick up your garbage, my garbage anyway. That's their business. Can't answer more than that, other than the fact that I have had to track down the assessments myself.
So it's your position that the mailing address that we have for them is incorrect?
Well, the address for service on title clearly would indicate the correct address. We don't have any of it. I can speculate, but there's no evidence that's been brought here to suggest why this has been sent to an address in Surrey, BC. So that's on the assessor.
Yeah, just to follow that up, I tracked it down. I have here copies of a supplemental notice from 2014 and other information on the assessment that I have downloaded myself. And the imprint on the top is I logged into the Winnipeg City tax account services and paid for this to get these notices because the client never received it. In this particular case, it was a supplemental notice that we were told was coming, and they've never received it, and I tracked it down and found out that it had been issued already, and they hadn't received the notice. So there is a history of not getting those assessment notices as well. And here is the 2015 assessment notice, which I downloaded from the city because they never received it.
And what's the mailing address on that?
The Surrey address, the one that you sent the forms to.
So it's the same address?
Yes, the notice was sent to the same address, which they didn't receive at that address either. And what I'm saying is that you can see I had to go get this myself.
So if we sent it to the wrong address, we would get a return to sender. So are you suggesting that they didn't receive it, it didn't come back to us?
You don't know you get a return to sender. I mean, that's a different arm. You're talking about post office and you have no knowledge of that.
But all these years, they haven't been receiving their tax notices or assessment notices and have not directed us to change our mailing address. Is that what you're saying?
I've given you what I know. They're on tip, and I had to get the notices myself.
Just on that point, if I may, and coming back to this decision on Manitoba Hydro, they were paying their taxes and their business assessment for many years. But if the mailer, which is a very specific document, is going to an address that is incorrect, there cannot be non-compliance. So I think we're mixing up the two issues here. The fact that somebody's paying their taxes is not determinative of whether there's been a failure to comply under Section 54.3.2 of the Municipal Assessment Act.
So the fact is we're sending the mailers, the tax notices and assessment notices to the same address and have for years. Taxes have been paid, and it's suggested that they haven't been getting any of them and yet have not directed us to change the mailing address?
The fact that you haven't received anything since 2011 would lead me to believe that it should be obvious to the assessment department that they should be looking into whether this is in fact going to the correct address. There's been no response. It would be one thing if there was a response having been sent to this address previously. Clearly somebody's receiving and processing, but you're talking about 9 years of not receiving it, and so it's frankly a little surprising that the assessment department would continue to send this document to an address that is not noted on the address for service, that there's no link to it. We have no evidence as to why you're sending it to Surrey, BC, and you're not getting a response. So,
but we are getting a response to the taxes. They're being paid.
Which goes on tip.
You haven't proven you're getting a response to it because there's no check that comes back with the tax bill that says, oh, we got your tax bill. Here you go.
Gentlemen, let's go one at a time so we can hear
So
the
let's just deal with that, because you're suggesting that because you're sending it to the taxes are paid, that they must be getting the mailer at the same address. It just that logically doesn't follow.
Would you agree if you own a property or a business and you're not getting the notices that you would normally expect to do with that property, that you would make an effort to find out why you're not getting the notices that you would expect?
Well, first of all, this is a BC company. It's headquartered in BC. I don't know how corporate officers in BC would have an intimate knowledge of the Manitoba Municipal Assessment Act and the practices of the Manitoba assessor or the City Winnipeg assessor. Moreover, Section 16 of the Municipal Assessment Act is discretionary. It does not require mailers to be sent. They choose to send it as a matter of policy, but if you're suggesting that this company in BC should have imputed knowledge as to what the requirements are in Manitoba. That's not a fair assumption to make.
I have no further questions.
Ken, do you have any questions?
My question is this location is listed as 427703 BC Limited.
Yes?
Is this one of their companies?
This is the registered owner of the property.
Okay, this is the registered owner of
Yeah.
the property in Surrey, BC.
They're headquartered in Surrey, BC,
That's
correct?
Surrey, BC, so this is going to Surrey.
No,
I'm sorry, you're looking at...
He's looking at the mailer.
The mailer, I'm sorry, they sent it to an address in Surrey, BC. The registered owner is a BC company, but the address for service is in West Vancouver.
West Vancouver, so this location, 6362 148th Street, Surrey, this location, is this not part of their properties? Is this not part of their company?
I don't have information on that particular address or what's associated with it. All I know is that the address for service is noted in the land titles office, which the city uses as part of their practice, is West Vancouver. So I don't have specific information as to who specifically is at that location or what, whether at the time of the mailer there was an office at that location. I don't know.
I'm dealing with an address in Burlington, Ontario.
That was my question.
In town. Okay, so I apologize. Is the head office in Burlington or is the head office in West Vancouver?
Well, actually, from my knowledge, again, I'm dealing with a fellow, one of my collier's colleagues in Ontario, Chris Jenkins, and he deals with him in Burlington, Ontario, as the national contact for across the country. So that's what our knowledge is. And I got the job through Chris, who got it in Ontario, so that would presume to me to be where their headquarters, their operations.
Okay, so I apologize. Is that their national office?
Well, yeah, it was Halton Recycling was one of their beginnings, so Halton, Ontario, and I guess now it's in Burlington. That would be the national office, the operational office for real estate matters.
So, any questions,
Motive?
Mr. Chair?
Yeah, I was getting a bit confused here when you were raising the 1122 Pioneer Road in Ontario. So we got West Vancouver, we got Surrey, and then we've got Pioneer, and this is all going on here, and there's an agent involved, so I'm just, what's going through my mind here isn't practice, though, that has been followed for years, a mitigating factor in relation to the address for service. In other words, sure, there's an address for service, and we don't know what it is. Is it the head office, or is it a law firm that is acting for them? I don't think you could answer that one, so it's unclear to me. So there's lots of confusion here, and I felt that practice over the years is a mitigating factor in respect to the address for service.
So
Could you comment on that?
I can comment on that. I guess this is a starting point, although it's not in the brief at page 8. There's some site references to the Municipal Assessment Act 16.1 and 16.2. 16.3, I was trying to pull it up, but it actually says that the city assessor, for the purposes of making inquiries as to who owns the land and so forth. I'm just pulling it up on my screen if I may. If you're with me. Yeah, so 16.3 says an assessor may make inquiries at the office of the Director of Crown Lands and a land titles office for the purpose of making an assessment of assessable property. Persons having charge of such offices shall provide to the assessor free of charge such information or documentation as the assessor requests. So what the Act is actually contemplating is that they will in fact look at the land titles records under 16.3 of the Act. The Real Property Act goes on to say, and I don't have the provision in front of me, but that any notice with respect to the property may be sent to the address for service noted on land titles. So it's incumbent on the landowner initially to list an address for service noted on title that they wish to receive documents at. That's certainly been the position that the City Assessment Department has taken in many cases which I've been involved in, where we say, why are you sending it to an address in Toronto or BC? Why don't you send it to the Winnipeg office? And their position consistently in those other cases has been, we're just using the address for service or title. So, but when we have a situation like this, they say, well, no, forget the address for service for title. Let's just, you prove to us why it was sent to the wrong address. So you have to ask yourself, who bears that burden of proof? And if they're asking for the penalty, it's incumbent on them to show that they're sending it to the correct address. Now, if there's a note in their internal system that says the owner called on this date and said, send it here, that's sufficient. But we don't have that evidence, and we have heard it in some other cases. And in terms of your question regarding past practice as mitigating factor, I would agree with you. If there was a history of, let's say there was compliance for 2 or 3 years, when we know they would have been receiving this document at that address and filling it out and sending it back, there seems to be I think you could make deduct from that this is the correct address. But in this case, they've never received it. It sounds like, as far as the records go back, there's nothing that's ever been returned. So this could be an address in Australia for all, they put this on, they've used this address, we just, at the end of the day, we don't have evidence as to why they used it.
Except it hasn't been picked out of the air either, so it gets difficult.
Well, I understand.
To see what's reasonable,
I understand the question, but I don't know. We know that the mistakes have been made in the past. I do know that typically, if this were a court document and you file an affidavit of service, you have to show that it went to the correct address, and you can't. The court's not going to make assumptions, and I don't think the board should either. So.
That's all, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
One more question?
Sure.
Go ahead.
Do we know who International Paper Industries is?
I'm assuming that's an operating name of the, or a business name that the timber company uses.
I don't deal with them. I deal with Emterra and Halton Recycling.
Could be an affiliated corporation. It could be. It's hard to say. I'd be guessing.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Guerra.
Can you walk me through this document, please?
Sorry, this is the status of title document?
Yeah, the status of title.
Yeah, so this is, when you go to land titles, you pull this document, you search 999 Henry, this is what you get.
Okay.
It will show the registered owner of the document, of the property, which is at box 1, which matches up to the assessed.
And that would be 427703 BC Limited?
That's correct. So that's the registered owner, and that's the owner listed on the assessment note department's material, their brief, and presumably the assessment notice.
Okay.
So then this document shows every instrument that is registered against title to that document as a caveat or otherwise.
Right.
So you can see, if you just look, there's some personal property security notices, there's some actual City of Winnipeg caveats. So anybody dealing with this property will know that there are others who have a vested interest in the land. There's a mortgage registered against it, etc. And then box 3, which is what we've been talking about, is the address for service. And every title document, every time you register a transfer of land, and this transfer would have, the originating instrument looks like this was 2004. It was sold by the City of Winnipeg, it appears, to this numbered company for $1.
But we don't know what.
We don't know the details, but that's kind of irrelevant.
We also don't know who it is.
Sorry?
We don't know who it is that bought it.
Well, 427 bought it in 2004, according to this. There would have been a transfer of land from the city of Winnipeg to 427-703 BC Ltd. So in 2004. So obviously there is nominal consideration noted. That's not really relevant. But so when 427-703 BC Ltd takes title, they have an obligation to put an address for service so that anybody, let's say a builder's lien was filed against the title or there was a tax sale, they have to provide a public notice for service, and that is found at Box 3, which is 203-2403 Marine Drive, West Vancouver, BC. So that when, and that's why the assessment department in many past cases will indicate that this is what we use when we send out assessment notices or mailers and so forth. Now, if the owner actually calls them and changes it, or if somebody, they don't have to necessarily send it here. They could send it to, the Winnipeg actual operating business at wherever the address is on 999 Henry in this particular case, for example, and they send it to the controller and they got it. I would suggest that's probably an acceptable method of service. But if they're using something other than the subject property or the actual official address for service, I think what the municipal board has said is it's incumbent on them to actually show why they sent it there. Interestingly, the municipal board case in Manitoba Hydro, they sent it to the P.O. box affiliated with 360 Main, and that itself was not good enough. So, and understandably, Manitoba Hydro is a huge corporation, and there's thousands of employees there. This document, this mailer, which is not addressed to anyone in particular, you can see how they get lost in the thousands of pieces of paper that are received at an office any particular day. So hopefully that helps with that document. Is there anything else?
Yeah, the other I guess part of the confusion that I'm having is Mr. Neufeld is saying the address is in Ontario. You're saying it's in BC. Which one should they be actually using then?
Well, there's a corporate office clearly in Ontario that is directing Mr. Neufeld, and they have some form of...
Mine's an operational office. That's where our contact was made, and that's who we deal with. The name of the lady is Bonnie Beacock at the address in Ontario. So that's who I was dealing with. And what I told you I did is we were connecting through Colliers as a national client, and she didn't have her assessment, so I went to the city's website and downloaded these myself so that I had the documents and then communicated with her and did it on that basis.
Do you have anything that shows that 427703 BC Limited is in Paris?
I don't.
How do we know that?
That's a good question.
It was an owner-occupied building?
Yeah, I was making the assumption that it's an owner-occupied
But
property.
it's an assumption.
Yes, that is correct.
There's no lease that you're aware of?
No, none at all. Well, I can tell you something about the concept of their operations is that they are two divisions. One operates the trucks that do the pickup, and the other is the company that operates the sorting facility. So those are separate operations and under the same ownership group. I think that's where we get Halton Recycling and then Terra as the pickup company.
So who's responsible for the physical building?
Well, Terra lost their contract with the city,
Yep.
so Halton is the one who's left. They still operate the sorting facility.
And Halton's address would be?
Burlington, Ontario.
So, but this...
Halton has always been responsible for the building, and because that's their function of the job. And Terra used the land. You'll hear the evidence later of their trucks are parked there, the LPG outlet. Now I believe that that's leased to the new, sublet to the new pickup company.
That's good.
When I'm done.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm still
I have another one to know. I was waiting till you
I'm
did your
still
work.
confused until I,
Yeah, understood. Understood.
so 427703. We are assuming it's affiliated.
Assuming, yes, we are.
We don't know for sure.
That's correct.
So we don't know for sure that, even though it's on this document, that it's actually their mailing address.
Well, we know that the registered owner, which is 427703 BC Limited, which is the assessed party, that's their address. The registered owner's address.
But Mr. Neufeld said they were paying the taxes out of Burlington because that's who he was in touch with.
No, I'm trying to remember. I got an email from another person, I was just looking his name up, Uday, and he had asked for, Greg Olson. Gordon Olson, I should say, and I think he was in Burlington. Bonnie is in Burlington, and he asked about the tip payment change.
Somebody by the name of Tara apparently
That-
signed the mail.
There's no Entera person, that's just.
I don't know what's
a made-up
I think
name.
this is a reference to the business,
That's a
Tara.
business.
I would assume.
Yeah.
Menard is,
Whoever Menard is.
whoever Menard is, we don't know who that person is either.
But you understand our confusion here, we've now got 3 addresses. The city, I don't know where they got their address from, you're correct.
If I may,
So-
Yeah,
Mr. Chair.
if you could
Just-
help me straighten it
Well,
out.
So the 2011 mailer, they did return to us, and it was sent to the same address as the 13 and 17 and all those, the same address. So they have returned, they have received their documents at this address. They received it, and Menard from Entera signed for it, and they chose not to comply.
well, I don't have that.
It is as simple as that.
Have you got the evidence there?
I have the return mailer here.
Pass it to Jamie and see what he says. Wait till they.
Well, this is the mailer. This isn't, you don't have an actual address for where this was sent, the original mailer.
The address in our system hasn't changed.
Well, so
So it's-
where's that evidence?
I'm giving verbal evidence. It's
Well,
sent to the same address.
Do you have your records in your file? Where are you getting that from?
Well,
Are you
back at
just,
the
you're
office.
you're just assuming though?
No.
Mr. Penner?
No, it's sent
We're
to
doing a
the,
lot of assuming today.
it's sent to
gentlemen.
the same address. That's my verbal testimony.
How do you know that?
Because I know, the address hasn't changed. That's the address on file.
Well, I can deal with this just in a submission.
Okay, I think I'm.
This is, may I just?
Yes, you can. Well, no, you're not going to fill out no more questions yet.
Okay.
What is
Well, I think he was.
Okay, Kent, you said you had another question first.
I did.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
I'll follow after.
Just for my clarification, which address is paying taxes?
It's on, our understanding is on the TIP program, so it's an automatic, that the owner has set that up presumably many years ago, so that their property taxes are paid automatically.
We manage several TIP accounts, and the reconciliation is to take the bank record in the city of Winnipeg payment. We were just debating it this morning with one of our properties, where we took the bank account and compared it against the assessment, and because we never had the taxable on this property either, and they came to me and asked for an understanding of what happened here. So that's how it's done in real life accounting.
I apologize, just for my clarification, this program automatically, the funds are withdrawn out of their account?
Yes.
There's no questions asked about the cost?
Right.
Yeah, it's set out, and there's an estimate that comes out in January, and then in July, adjustments occur for any change in the mill or assessed value, and then that runs to the end of the year. And where a supplemental comes out, there's a semi-automatic amortization over it for an additional, for 18 months, and to cover it, and the explanations are very, very skimpy, so what we have to end up doing as another property owner, we're dealing with a tax credit issue, we have to go back to the city and ask them to issue us an actual statement so we can do our reconciliation. So these numbers just don't come with explanations. We start with the bank statement.
So specifically, you handle that process specifically?
No, I mean, I don't do, my involvement in taxes is just to review and see if it works out correctly. And so
Okay.
this isn't the job that they do, but my company does. Our property managers do. They would handle the process. And we have 1483 Pembina, great case. And I know we're not supposed to talk about old cases, but I don't really care. For years, the notice went to the old owner. And the city said, well, how come you paid your taxes? You paid your taxes. Well, right in our accounting department, we did an online search in 2013 to find out the amount of the taxes. And here's our receipt from paying the $11 to go to pay for it to get the search, which is the same thing I did right here. Happens a great deal.
Okay, so it's automatically withdrawn?
Yes.
Okay, if I call you, I'll say that this representative and this checking this. I'll say
Yeah.
for the balance.
Right, you can call, it used to be 986-2161, and you would talk to someone in that department.
Sure.
You have to be a registered owner. They wouldn't talk to me at all, but they would talk to our property managers, and they'd give you, you could order up a statement and get it out and do your reconciliation.
Mr. Chairman, I have one more very important piece of
Yeah,
information.
we're just gonna,
Sure.
That's right.
what is?
There's a lot of assumptions, so I'm gonna make another one, I guess. I'm assuming this is a federally incorporated company, and isn't there an annual return that has to be provided every year? And that would give you the address for service? I'm just trying to,
It's a BC company.
it's a BC company, but they'd have to be licensed in Manitoba?
Yeah.
Yes. So was there a return then when you're licensed?
You'd have to be extra provincially registered, and the registered office, I don't have the corporate profile report, but the registered address has to be one in Manitoba. So typically, it'll be a law firm. It'll be
I see.
whoever's handling their
Okay,
return.
I just didn't know how that worked
Yeah.
on the annual return, because that's done annual, every year, you gotta
That's
fill
right.
that out.
Well, that's right. So that's another option. You can serve under the Corporations Act. You can serve the registered office, which is typically a law firm, but it certainly won't be one in BC.
Okay.
So
I see.
Yeah.
You've got it's a Manitoba.
it'll
thing.
be a Manitoba address.
And if it's a federally incorporated, you think it's provincially?
It would be provincially incorporated and then extra provincially registered. So
I see.
if any
Okay.
corporation from a different province wants to carry on business in Manitoba or Ontario or wherever else, you have to.
So that would, the annual return would help.
It would help to show that actually there's a different registered office that would be available to the
Okay.
city, and that would be a Manitoba address for certain. It would have to be as a matter of law.
Okay.
So, and that makes sense. Typically, you're serving documents in Manitoba. You want someone who understands Manitoba procedures to understand it. So there's been a lot of discussion here in terms of assumptions and so forth. At the end of the day, and I bring it back to municipal board cases, whose onus of proof is it? Is it the owner's obligation to prove that you sent it to the wrong address? Like, is there a starting assumption that they got it right? And that can't be the case. The city is coming with an address that is not on title. It's in Surrey, BC. Mr. Penner started his testimony by saying they've never returned information. Then he corrected himself, saying there was some mailer, we don't know where it was sent. And he's saying, take my verbal evidence for it, although he had something completely different to say earlier in the proceeding. And what happened 9 years ago, frankly, is not determinative of what should happen in this particular case. Why have you sent it there? Why are you using a different address? The municipal board in August of 2019 says, if you're not following your typical protocol, you, assessor, have an obligation to explain. It's not on the taxpayer. And that was Manitoba Hydro, a fairly sophisticated party. We're talking about a BC entity which can't be presumed to understand the laws of Manitoba. So I'm not sure what else we can say.
Mr.
Offer.
Perry's got something to say.
Yes, I do, Mr. Chairman. If you look at the border revision application, and you'll see the registered owner is the numbered
Which page is
company.
that on?
Well, this would be on the application. It's not in evidence. It would be
That would be the application.
the application. If you'll note, the mailing address for this company is indeed the same address that we sent the mailer to, and they list that as their mailing address.
And may I see the order? I mean, the application?
So that's the Surrey, BC address. That's the address we're using. So we do have the correct address.
Yeah, no, that's mandatory fill out in order to have visa file the form. We took it right off the title, off the records that we had.
The records that you had from
The
the city?
assessment, the assessment record.
So this was filled out by you and Chris Newfield.
That's correct.
Yeah.
So in order to, interesting you should bring this up because this has started about 2 years ago when the assessor, sorry, the Board of Revision insisted on the legal description, and I took exception to that, and there was some fuss over it. Ended up that the Board of Revision, the secretaries, I'm sure they can speak to it, said we'll give you some time to find those legals and put them in because we need them on our forms. You're familiar, sorry, you're not allowed to testify,
I'm not allowed to testify.
but she knows because this is what happened. And so they sent them back to our office, and then we worked on them and we filled them in ourselves. We went to the computer, got the legals and filled it in. That's not a fair representation of what happened.
Mr. Bennett?
So my question is, you filled in the incorrect mailing address? Why wouldn't you take the time to correct it and put it to the Burnaby address?
It's not my job. My job is to get the damn thing filed and get it accepted so we can get it at a date so that your boss stops complaining and whining and looking for excuses to nail us and throw out our appeals.
Well, we stand by our position that this is the correct mailing address. That's where it was mailed, and the mailer was signed for.
Mr. Chairman,
That's all I can say about that, Mr. Chairman.
the fact
Okay,
that,
that's in your summation then?
Yeah, let's get this wrapped
Are you
up.
gonna-
yeah, I was just saying, very brief response to the fact that Mr. Neufeld has used that for administrative purposes to comply with the Board of Revision's filing requirements is hardly determinative of whether an information mailer was sent to the correct address. So I'm not sure I need to say more than that.
Thank you, gentlemen. If you could give us some time. Well, gentlemen, thank you very much for your presentation on that matter, and we will be ruling in favor of the city on this one, and I hope in the future we get the address or whatever it is. So you'll be starting first, Mr. Neufeld.
All right? The site is in use as a recycling facility, and it used to be City of Winnipeg's incinerator plant on Henry. When the contract to go private garbage was done, a deal was made whereby the operator of the recycling facility would take over this plant as part of their contract, and it was transferred for $1. The $2 million amount, I don't know if that ever changed hands. So after taking possession of it, there were some additions that were built on it, and on page 2,
Can you read the roll number? Oh, you did the roll number already, did you not? Yes, you did.
I did.
John, you can continue. Sorry to cut you off.
okay, so the original age of the incinerator plant is 1946. And on page 2 are the portions of the plant. I don't know if you can see the blue outline shows the whole roll, and there are 3 sections that have white roofs, and then there's a dark brown section. Now, in that dark brown section there is office space in there, and it's approximately 4,680 square feet. So that's in the old section. The other sections were built at a later date, and on our page 2, the small building with the red marker on it, that's a service facility. What they do is their own maintenance on the truck fleet. The on-site are, it's an LPG powered fleet, liquid petroleum gas, and part of the need for the service is to maintain the fleet and the unique form of fuel that it operates with. The other 2 buildings are completely unheated and built unheated. They weren't converted, they were built unheated. No insulation, no heating, because garbage doesn't need to be kept warm. They are sorting facilities. On page 3, we show the outside of the facility. The top one is the maintenance one, the middle is the large addition, the bottom is the older building, and that's the office, the one with the graffiti on it. That's where they have their office. On page 4 is a view from inside of the conveyor belt. So the conveyor goes from one section of the building to another section of the building, and essentially passes through the old building to go to the other section. So on the picture you're looking at, the conveyor belt, going back to page 2, the very large white roof building, it conveys that westward and then through the old building and then into the smaller building. And on page 5, the top of page 5 is the interior of the building, and it's just a dump. And at the bottom it shows the connection where part of the old incinerator plant was demolished to allow for the construction of the steel framed building. And the pictures on page 6 and 7 show the outside. 8, more of the outside. Page 9 is the larger building. And you can see the bales on the outside, and the inside of the building is the bottom of page 9. Looking at it, you can see that there is no heating, there's no insulation, it's a steel deck, and the large piece of equipment in the middle is a sorting machine. So most of the sorting is done by a machine, and the goal here is to get the metals out which have value, and then the piles go to the yard, and then they will separate the papers and the plastics. And to be fair, this has nothing to do with the operator, but a lot of the stuff gets trucked to the landfill sites because there are no users for recycled paper and recycled plastics, or the ones that there are very, very small, anecdotal. It's metals that drive this operation, and in terms of dealing with what the best thing to recycle. So top of page 9 are bales waiting to go to the landfill site. That's the side of recycling that the political correctness never catches. It's making a dent in our landfill sites, but not as much as people think that those blue boxes really do. And it's the same operation, by the way, across North America. I've done a lot of work with recycling facilities on this, and we're further ahead in Canada than most places, but it's still, there's not a lot of use for much of this recycled material. Page 10 again shows the inside, and the bottom of page 10 was a trailer that was put on the site and temporary use, and you can see that it had to bring its own a source of heat with the propane tank because it wasn't drawing from the main building. Page 11 is the service facility. The top is the outside, and the bottom picture shows the picture from the inside of the service facility. You can see there is a heating duct running across the top. And they use, page 12, again shows the exhaust, sorry, that duct was for exhaust, shows the exhaust and then the space heaters. So that portion is heated. And again, the bottom of page 12 is back to the main building. This is what we're dealing with. Now, because we didn't get the notices for the last few years, we never appealed it. The last time we did bring it to appeal was 2014. Now, in this brief, on pages 13, 14, and 15, are a few briefs presented by the assessment department on unheated space, and they are highlighted in green as to rates applied: $1.75, $1.93, $1.46, and $2.94. As to unheated rents themselves, the market doesn't really carry unheated rents. On page 16 are industrial rents, and looking at the same size and looking for a rent is pointless because all of these are heated space. Now, the lowest end of the scale is a site on Sargent at 265, which is almost the same size as the subject, but that's a heated space. Page 17 are the top of page 17 is to indicate rents that we're looking at for the service garage and the office. And the office is really basic, it's very dated, and so those are in support of those rents. And you can see at the $6, we have the highest end of the scale. The bottom of page 17 are loft buildings, and a lot of these rents, most of the rents are reported on a gross basis, and these are still heated space. So the closest in configuration, and that means in size and location, is 225 McPhillips, where there's a $2 net rent on 65,000 square feet. So going back to our calculations on page 1, this should have been split up. We're not changing any of the numbers here, but I'll give you a different breakdown because the service garage is approximately, I think the assessor has a number on it at 7,157 square feet, and that is included in the recycling, the new section. So the breakdown on that is 7,157 square feet at the same rate of $6. The balance of the unheated space, 72,016 square feet, we're putting at $1.33. So the total for those spaces is $138,000. But that's the breakdown. 133 unheated, $6 in the garage, and then the $6 in the office is shown. As to vacancy rate, well, half the building is empty and vacant, being the old city space, which gives us an idea that we're dealing with a problem building to begin with, and problem industry as well. The industrial rate for Winnipeg is 7.2%. Central area, which has a very low inventory, is 11.1%. That averages to 9.2%, which we're applying to the subject, and considering what it is, it's a fair number. The non-recoverables have been estimated on, I don't have an answer for that, where that number came from. Okay, well, someone put in a number of $1,487 on non-recoverables. I don't have a background for that. The structural reserve, now in this case, this is in error. The range on this, because it is unheated, is going to be lower because you're not even going to put a major reserve on it. When an unheated building has a problem, you tear it down and build a new one. So that rent, the rate we use, the most basic building is 15 cents a foot, so I'm just going to adjust that to 15 cents a foot. The person who wrote this was not familiar with the site. So that instead of 33,000 is 12,578. So my NOI is I'm just giving you a revised one, is 112,689. 112,689. The cap rate we've selected is 12%, and it is a bit subjective in that it could be higher, not lower. Major reason, of course, is an unheated building has a life of 15 to 20 years, not 35 to 45 years as an industrial building would be, which means that your pressure on your capitalization, of course, is to get your capital recovered with a profit within the lifespan of the building. And that's the major reason. The second issue is on page 18. Of course, there is an environmental registration on the site due to the city of Winnipeg's former use, and regardless of who did the contamination, the site is impacted by it, and it carries that with it. Now, with impacted sites, the problem here is the difficulty in getting a mortgage generally, in that lenders aren't interested in lending money. And this isn't even a borderline case. There's nobody out there lending money on former incinerator buildings that are now in the recycling business. You're going to go to not even a second-party lender, but a third-party lender, unless you have cash in the bank and assets somewhere else that you're borrowing against. And the site-specific basis, you wouldn't. So what that would mean in the real world is, I've been dealing with these tertiary lending, and when normal lending would be in the 4 to 5% range, these would be in the 8 to 9% range. And with that, having the higher points, then you're always working on the difference between your cap and the points at about 3, and that's what's suggesting the 12% cap rate on that basis. So an illustration of this is on page 41. On page 41, the first box on the left side shows a standard interest rate, about 4.5% that you're going to see for commercial. And showing that basically to break even, you have to cap at 5.4. And to get some return on equity, you have to cap at 8%. And this is called mortgage equity. This is the way appraisals used to be done in the past. And we were always required to do a mortgage equity. Bring some common sense back to overheated markets. Now, when you take that interest rate at 4.5 and you change it to 8 or 9%, and you're still need a return on equity, you can see how you quickly get into double digits on a cap rate. As to examples, closest example we have is one on page 48, which is 51 Aikens, 1969 construction, a kind of a lower land area, and they manufactured industrial, commercial direct fire heaters, and that was an 11% cap rate. But it does have similar location qualities. It is a better building than the subject property, which is why we went to 12%. So our value at 12% is $939,075, rounded to $939,000. That's the market value. Now, I do have in my file copies of the plans, which I think we're consistent and we're agreeing on the square footage. This was based on some work done in 2014. We came to an agreement on it. And they show where actually the building, I'll just give you the dimensions. The large building is 52,300 feet. The smaller building that was
52,300 feet?
yeah, that's the large one.
Yes.
And then there was the smaller, the middle-sized building on the west side. It was 11. I've got two numbers here. 11,247. And then the building the conveyor belt goes through, which is partially used, is another 10,955 square feet. So just on that basis, we agreed, because the conveyor belt goes through there, that they do have care and control, although they're not really using the space. You can see from the pictures what they're actually using. That was the consensus agreement. Does the board want to see the sketch? It is stamped by somebody.
I think, does anybody want to see the sketch? Did you want to see it, Mr. Pettit? Mr. Pettit?
No, thank you.
No, we're good.
Okay. That's my presentation.
Mr. Pettit, question?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You mentioned difficulty getting a mortgage on a property of this sort. Are you aware that on the title that you gave us earlier in your presentation, that there's a $15 million mortgage on this property granted by Canadian Western Bank?
Sorry, what did one say? Oh, yeah, no, it is. Well, I don't think anyone in their right mind is lending $15 million on this one, but I do know they own a lot of buildings across the country, and that's the Canadian Western Bank, who, as I was discussing about the quality and types of lenders, are in the secondary and tertiary markets for lending. It's a risk bank. They lend on business and real estate. They're not real estate lenders. And we've already heard about the facilities in Burlington. There's obviously one in BC, might be in West Vancouver, might be in Surrey. They've got locations in Saskatoon, Regina, Montreal, and several in Ontario. And you'll note below that there are, on the same day, there are two PPSNs. And I don't know if you're familiar with what a PPSN is. That's where you give a personal covenant, such as
I have
cash in the bank.
No further questions.
Mr. Pettit?
Yeah, I've got a few questions here. Because we're looking at the present condition as it is today, when did the city switch, drop these guys?
When did they contract out?
Yeah,
It was in and around the sale date of 2004.
no, I mean, like they lost their contract?
Oh, yeah. That's,
when?
I think about 2 years ago.
Oh, that long?
Yeah, maybe 3.
Okay.
And as I said, what happened is they lost a pickup contract.
Yeah.
Because they're in parts of town.
Yeah.
And when I talked to my people in Burlington, they said that the operation for recycling isn't part of that. It's a separate issue. So the new contractor on pickup still dumps their crap on this site for sorting.
And so do they still do commercial pickups, like, you know, these bigger bins? Do you know? Because I'm
I
trying.
don't know if the new company does, because
You don't know?
right now, you look behind the commercial site, sorry, I am eating, I have to.
That's okay.
During the day. Like behind my building, for example, we now have 2 bins, and we have now a recycling bin, so it's a separate service. It's not going there, I don't know where it's going. Actually, we have 3 services. We have the regular garbage, we have recycling, and we have a coffee ground pickup that the worms like for some reason, so the worm farmers come and pick it up. But I don't think they're processing commercial waste, but I don't know for sure.
But are they picking up?
No, they're not picking up anymore.
They're not, eh?
Uh,
Commercial? I thought they might have been.
yeah. That's a good question. I haven't, and you know what, I guess my observations are limited to my back lane, and I don't see their vehicle, but I think it's possible they're still doing commercial pickup.
Okay, and when were those 2 unheated buildings built? Because you talked about a 15, 20-year lifespan.
Yeah, we know one was built in 2012, and that relates to my giving them a warning that the supplemental is coming out. I'm not sure if they were both built. I think that was an addition that was built in 12, and then the other one was older, possibly 2003, yes.
3 and 12.
Yeah.
Okay, now, I'm trying to get the situation as it is now. You mentioned half of the building is vacant. You mentioned that, and...
Unoccupiable is a better word.
Unoccupiable?
Yes.
Okay, because when I look at your vacancy rate at 9.2, and I'm looking at what they're going through at the moment...
No, the only part that's being assessed is the part that's in use by the company. The rest of it isn't even on the tax roll anymore.
Oh.
They've just deleted it altogether.
So you're okay with the 83,000 square feet?
That's correct.
So I've got to watch how I think of this half of the building is unoccupied.
Yeah, maybe I'll just approach and
It's trying to simplify it, because, there's so many buildings and so many things going on.
So, when we're looking at the site here.
Yeah, I was looking at this.
So there's a little office right here in the old building.
Okay.
That's part of it. And then this section here of the old building, where the conveyor belt goes through and then into here, is deemed to be part of the rentable. Now, all that really happens here is the conveyor belt goes through it, but they do have care and control. So all the rest of this building, X'd off, and there's a stack right there, the incinerator.
Yeah, I saw it in there.
So what was done on this when we brought it to appeal in 2014 is we just agreed to strike off all this space.
Oh, that's all done.
So it's just, not economically viable to demolish.
Okay. And I was looking at the workups that the city used on page 13, 14, and 15. What years were those? I was trying to see what year it was, because you've got $1.75, $1.93, $1.46, and $2.94, pages 3, 14.
Oh, those are just other properties.
Yeah, but I mean, what year, what taxation year? I don't know. I'm trying to see when that goes.
Well, that's really easy to figure out, isn't it?
Well.
No, it is. It's simple.
Well, how?
Look at the non-recoverables. It's 2020. There's no non-recoverables.
Okay.
The 5%'s missing.
Well, you got a good explanation there. Okay, I think and the office you're putting, you haven't changed that square footage at 4680 at $6.
No, that's from the sketch And I'm just trying to remember which assessor I was dealing with at the time when we sorted this all out. There was, Scott Sullivan was on it. And then I think that there was another one we dealt with on the business side, and we eventually, they provided sketches, we met and agreed on
Yeah, well, that's okay.
83, 853.
Okay, I'm not questioned on that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, that's all I had.
Ken?
When were you last in this facility?
I dropped by earlier during the summer. These, just to verify my pictures, these pictures are from, I believe, 2015. But I went back just to double check and verify. It's just like I was across the street from that. I popped over. I think it was July or August.
Is the incinerator portion of this facility still used, or is it totally shut down, that portion?
The other part is, yeah, it's just it's closed off. It's not in use for anything. We tried to get in there to look it over, and we were told you're not allowed in there. It's condemned, not condemned status, but it's shut off. It's not worth the money to take down because it's an incinerator. So inside there's a ton of bricks, and there's fiber brick and a fair amount of steel. So, there's probably 50, 60,000 square feet in there, and they used a lot of bad stuff back then, which means when you tear it down, you're going to double bag it before it goes to the landfill site, and that's about $20 a foot, roughly, to demolish with that double bagging. So they didn't want to. Why take the expense on for space they weren't using?
Okay, that portion, that's not part of this assessment. That portion isn't part of this.
No, it's hypothetically doesn't exist.
Doesn't exist, okay. Let's just clarify, what is your NOI total, and what's your total with your revisions here?
My NOI after I changed the shortfall is 112,689, and we're using a 12% cap rate.
939 was just fine.
939.
939 is my value, yes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
And I've got no questions. Mr. Penner, on with your presentation, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the value in the roll for 2020 is $4,566,000. The property has been built up between 1956 and 2012. The wall heights vary from 10 to 35 feet. Turning to page 2 of my brief, this property was sold with a sworn value of $2 million in 2004. Turning to page 3, we have some rent comparables ranging from $4.50 to $6. Turning to page 4, our valuation was done in 2 separate income streams. One for the office space, where we applied 748 to 4,680 square feet. Gross potential 35,006. To that we applied the office parameters of 5.5% vacancy, 2% shortfall, and used a 7.8 cap rate. So the office portion was valued at $393,000. Turning to page 5 of my brief, this is the storage warehouse portion. We've broken it down into 4 different areas based on when they were built. The 10,955 square feet was built in 56. 7,157 square feet was built in 81. 49,814 was built in 2003, and the last building to go up on this site was 11,247 square feet in 2012. So we have a leasable area of warehouse space 79,173. We applied the rents as shown above there to determine the gross potential rent. To that, we used a 6% vacancy loss, 2% expenses, and a 7.8 cap. The value of the warehouse space we deemed to be $4,173,000. Page 6 summarizes the two income streams together. The summary column is the sum of each individual income stream, and the total being $4,566,000. The cap rate selected of 7.8 falls at the high end of the 20th to 80th percentile for the city of Winnipeg. The MAA excerpts are found on page 8. Page 9 is an overhead view of the property. It's a long and narrow property. Overhead view of the buildings at the bottom of page 9. Some different views from different angles are shown on page 10 and 11. And some street views of this property shown starting on the bottom of page 11 and page 12. If you turn to page 20, this is the permit taken out for the building built in 2012. You'll note the construction value of this building was $1,750,000. On page 21, this is a permit for the 2003 building, and you can see declared construction value of $1,350,000. So you can see a substantial amount of money has been invested into this property since 2003. Starting at page 22 are our addenda information, which most of you have seen a few times, just explaining our approach to the valuation. So the sum of the income streams comes to a total of $4,566,000. Having said that, and looking back to the mailer that we did receive in 2011, we believe that perhaps the value is a little bit on the high side, and the rent noted back in 2011 was at $4 net. So we propose to make a reduction in the assessment using $4 a square foot rent applied to the entire area of $83,853. To that, we would apply 6% vacancy, 2% for shortfall or non-recoverables, pardon me, at a 7.8% cap. So it would be our recommendation that we reduce the value from $4,566,000 to $3,719,000. Mr. Chairman, I put that out there, $3,719,000. If you would like a copy of how I worked that up. Would that be helpful?
Does that conclude the matter on your side?
Yes, that is my presentation. Thank you, Mr.
Do you
Chairman.
want to accept that recommendation?
I have some questions.
Sure, questions?
The original valuation on pages 4 and 5, and summary, I guess, on page 6, was this all done by the model?
Yes.
And when the rents were chosen by the model, what were the input parameters? Did they specify unheated?
I think we would probably control the value by setting the income quality to poor.
And that wasn't done?
That was done.
It was done.
Yes.
And the comparables on page 3, are all of these heated?
Yes, they are.
So you have no unheated rents?
No.
And how about poor quality? Do you have any poor quality rents?
These are just the best rents I could find in terms of size and age. So I wouldn't know if they were, I think they're all reasonably good locations and premises.
I've been in most of them.
Probably average.
They are superior to the subject, are they not?
Yes.
You inspected the site?
Just a exterior drive-by.
At what point did you decide to change your value?
Well, between preparing the brief and today's hearing.
Or when did you start preparing the brief then?
It was due 2 weeks ago, so in the week prior to that.
A week prior to the due date. Does your model have a method of, sorry, I'll back this up. In the selection of the capitalization rate, was there an opportunity to input a environmental contamination status on it?
Not that I'm aware of.
And how about for an unheated, largely unheated building? Is there ability to put that as an input?
Not that I'm aware of.
Well, just based on that.
Just a question, I know we addressed the deferral issue previously, but the mailer, obviously, you made this determination based on your own review of the property and market information generally, correct?
Right.
So the fact that you didn't receive the mailer or not didn't have any impact on this particular
Well, I
recommendation.
went back to the last mailer that we did receive to see if there was a rent on the property. And based on the rent that they had indicated at that time, I thought would be fair and reasonable.
And what was the date of that mailer?
It was the 2011 mailer that we spoke of.
The 2011, so that was always in your possession.
It was always in our system, yes.
So, yeah, those are my questions.
Well, sorry, no, I just remembered, I was looking at page 20. That's been in your possession since approximately 2012, the permit detail.
Yes.
And the third line under type of work, it says the whole space will be an unheated facility.
Yes.
So the department was aware of this factor. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Morris?
Yeah, well, your revised figures change the dynamic, because when I was looking at your comparables on page 3, they were quite a bit lower than what you had worked up on page 4 at 748. I'm just trying to see what you had used for the comparables on page 5. Is there any somewhere in your brief on that?
For page 5?
Yeah,
Well, the only comparisons I have are on page 3.
that's all you have?
Yes.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah, they weren't meant to be comparative to the office space, but to the warehouse space.
Yeah, well, I was trying to see what arguments you had in respect to the warehouse, so there's none there?
But these ones on page 3 would be warehouse.
Yeah. Oh, I see, that's not office.
No, those aren't
Oh,
office.
gee. Okay.
I don't have any office specific
Oh, I see,
comparisons.
that's warehouse. Oh, gee, I missed that. That's all, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Kent?
Just quickly, can you explain the 7.8% cap here?
Right, so the cap rates are generated from our model and will be primarily driven by the location, the size of the property, and the age of the buildings. So this property is kind of a mixed bag in that some of the buildings are very old, but there are some newer buildings on it, so that would mitigate having an extremely high cap rate. So age, size, and location basically are driving it, but it is a model-driven cap rate.
Is this a low cap rate or a high cap rate for this type of property?
Well, we think it's appropriate for a building of this age, size, and in this location.
Okay, and cap rate, it doesn't take into account heating versus non-heating.
Well, that would be more an effect on the rents generated than cap rate. I mean, cap rate, I think a key factor is location, and it's a well-known, it's an older industrial area, but it's a decent property overall and a good size. So all the factors weigh in, but I can't tell you exactly what goes into the model, but all the factors would be in play.
Thank you.
I got two questions on you, well, one question on your cap rate. Your high is 9.80, your low is 5.5. If you're going by the 80th percentile of 7.80, which properties would fall into the 9.8 in your model?
Well, older, right?
Older than this?
Yes. Right, with the new buildings on here, one in 03 and one in 12, the effective age, and I don't have it noted here, just the actual years built. You know, older properties or extremely large properties, you know, like 500,000 square feet, garner more risk as well. So we think the cap rate is appropriate at 7.8.
Were you aware of the non-heated portion of this building when you did up these papers?
Yes.
And did you take it into account?
Well, that's why my recommendation came into play. I mean, the model has what it has based on income quality that we input, but I was interested to see if there was ever rent on this premise, and there was. So I thought that was probably the best indicator.
But with the information that Mr. Neufeld presented, do you have any remarks on this page 13, 15, and 16? He's showing that you had used rents on non-heated at $1.75, $1.46, $1.93, and $2.94. That would have been...
Well, we have been instructed not to compare assessments, so that's,
this isn't assessments, so we're using the information.
well, these are the rents that go into the
This
assessment.
is the information that you had provided when you presented it.
The only other thing I would say is I don't know where these properties are. Typically, as you can see at the bottom of our brief, we have the address on each brief, and that's missing on those pages. So it was very difficult to see exactly what those properties were and what they were used for.
That's what I want, comments from you. That's good. I am done. And that concludes the matter, unless you have something in summation.
Summation.
Summation, Mr. Dillon?
No, thank you.
Go ahead.
I think what we have here is an obvious error in the creation of the role. There are no unheated buildings renting for the initial rents, nor are there anywhere renting close to $4. It just doesn't exist. In other cases, they've been between $146 and $294. And by the way, that was their submission. That wasn't what the final numbers were. Because we're not so much looking at what the values set by the board are. We're looking at failures in the system. This one failed in the system. Those other ones were also, by the system, were capped at 9.8, not 7.8. The concept of the environmental on top of being unheated is another issue. That you've heard me state that responsibility for demolishing the old site, it's not economical to do it, to just leave it up. When do you ever hear that about a building? That's a liability hanging over someone's head, which is going to be an effect on the cap. The idea of a cap relating to age is absolutely, I've been using some choice words here, irresponsible. It has nothing to do with age. It has to do with utility and remaining economic life. Now, at some point in the past, somebody thought it wise to give me a certification as an appraiser. One of the things we learned, we proved to them, and we had to know, was how are cap rates made. They aren't made by age and size. One of the major issue in the creation of a capitalization rate is to create a rate of return over the remaining economic life of a building. The formula is to take it to 35 years. Take the cash flows over 35 years, discount it to current day, you create a cap rate as of today. That's how they're created. Everybody, and I'm not just talking about theory, anyone who buys a property says, well, how long is this going to last? Because I need to know the money I'm getting out of it that I'll get before the building collapses. 35 years. An unheated building has a lifespan of 15 to 20 years. And then it's a tear down and reinvest the capital, because they don't last, because they're not protected from all forms of the element. There's no envelope to protect them from moisture like there would be in a normal building. Yes, there's waterproofing, but not the envelope, not the heating. And the changes in temperature. What happens in unheated buildings, the real issue is the hovering between cold and hot. And we have a hot day, moisture gets in there, and at nighttime it freezes up, breaks the building apart. You see it all the time, corrodes it. And separation in the bricks, corrosion of the metal. That's why they only last 15 to 20 years. CAP has to take that into account. It's a more aggressive repayment of the original capital. That's why we're going to 12%. Lastly, the assessor has told us 3 dates where the city was aware of certain issues. 2011, 2012, and then a week before the due date. Knew the value to be incorrect. Still came to you to ask for a penalty on a value they knew was incorrect. In my mind, that's totally irresponsible. You can't do that. You can't inflict a penalty on your own error. You jack a property up that you know is wrong, and then you ask for the penalty. I'm going to ask the board to reconsider their penalty as you debate in private on the basis of the admission that they knew the assessment was wrong. And we're not changing our number. 939,000 would be market, and that's on a good day. Thank you.
Thank you for your summation. That concludes the matter. Let's move on to the next one.
Thank you. That concludes mine.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, may I have 5 minutes, please?
You may.
Thank you.
I have a feeling we need a whole bunch of 5 minutes.
I need a cookie break.
And if I finish here early, I go home.
There you go.
Let's move on to the next property. We'll call the meeting back to order. The property on the docket will be 2525 Inkster, and we're dealing with assessed value only, I believe. For some reason, I lost my paper. Yes, assessed value. When you are ready, Mr. Cunner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is file number 19-4524. The roll number is 14100048100. The address is 2525 Inkster Boulevard. Value in the roll for 2020 is $7,840,000. This property was built up between 1998 and 2008. The wall heights range from 19 to 28 feet. The zoning in this area is M2 Manufacturing General. The land area is listed there, as is the plan area. The land plan area is 8.71. Turning to page 3 is a list of comparisons used to support the model rent selected. The rents range from $525 a square foot upwards to $670 per square foot, and the model rate chosen at $5.75 is well within the range of comparisons. Turning to page 4, we have a leasable area of 96,028. To that, we've applied $5.75 a square foot to determine the potential rent at $552,161. To that, we've applied a vacancy loss of 3.5%, expenses at 2%, and we've applied a cap rate of 6.5% to derive the capitalized value of $7,840,000. Page 6 is our cap rate table, and the 6.5% falls within the 20th to 80th percentile of the city of Winnipeg. It's also supported by the outside sources for cap rates. Turning to page 8, we have an overhead view of this property, the map view at the top, and the building view at the bottom of page 8. Some different views of this property are shown on page 9. Some street views of the property are shown on page 10. And on page 12, we have some interior views of this property. It's a warehouse with very good ceiling heights, as you can see. And it's used as a warehouse for trucking parts. More pages of the warehouse here on page 13. Page 14 is the manner submitted to us. This is an owner-occupied property. There is no market information. Page 19 is our addenda information. And if we'll go to page 25, these are just some external industrial reports and supporting evidence which talk about cap rate. The market overview is highlighted there. The industrial market, Winnipeg, continues to be a landlord's market. Available products still at a minimum. They talk about the overall vacancy rate for industrial properties is 3%, and the average asking net rent is $7.60. Turning to page 27, we see the overall vacancy rate in the northwest part of the city is 3%, and the average net rental rate at $7.35. So our vacancy at 3.5% we believe is well supported by outside sources. Page 28, we have Collier's cap rate document relating to the first quarter of 2018. Industrial single tenant A ranges from 6.5 to 7.25. Again, what's trending there, the second paragraph talks about the increased demand for multi-investment properties in Winnipeg. The southwest portion of the city has a vacancy under 1% and 2.99% for all of Winnipeg. And they know cap rates for most industrial transactions are currently 6.5 to 7%. Again, this provides further support for the cap rate selected on this property at 6.5%. Property is well located, close to major trucking routes, close to Centerport, and we believe the value is fair and equitable and should be confirmed at $7,840,000.
Questions, Mr. Newfeld?
Yes, page 5, is this page 4 and 5, are this all done by the model?
Yes.
And the rents on page 3, who selected these?
Those would be my selections.
Okay, so I just heard you reading something about a market report about how good Southwest Winnipeg was. So your first one is in Southwest Winnipeg, correct?
Yes.
So it's not in the same market as Inkster, is it?
No, it's in Southwest Winnipeg.
And 1345 Redwood, I'm fairly sure that you have heard it being said many times that there was not a market-based transaction.
Well, that would be your opinion. I believe the board.
I'm
decided
just
that
saying
way.
you've heard it being said, correct?
I've heard that being said.
Okay. And the last two, of course, are in Transcona, which is a different market.
Yes.
Do you have any details on these transactions?
On these transactions, other than what's here?
Yeah.
No.
And a selection of the capitalization rate from the model, how does one get to 6.5%?
Well, it's a model-driven cap rate in this case. It would be reflecting a good location, good access to major trucking routes, and as I mentioned, location to in Sector Court is also plus. Also, we would look at the age of the property, the land-to-building ratio, and those factors all weigh in.
Do you have any documentation how the number was created? What the individual parameters were and what the effect on the cap rate was?
No, I don't.
And the site itself, do you know about its history and usage?
I know about its current usage.
Which is what?
It's Fort Garry Industries operates the business.
Doing what? Do you know?
Well, they're obviously provide parts for trucking industry, and I believe they do some repairs as well.
Now, have they always occupied all the space?
I couldn't say.
We spent some time discussing you call them outside sources. Well, firstly, before we get there, in the document portion entitled A Fresh Look, you've provided capitalization rate evidence to support the model. That's page 22. The first one is 90 Park Lane, and I wanted to ask you a question because I noted it on page 27, listed as a user sale, not an investment sale. Should it be in that list?
Well, there's income on that property and a sale price.
Well, your own evidence calls it a user sale.
Still work up cap rate if you have an income.
No, you can't do a cap rate unless it's an investment sale. So I'm just saying, isn't this your two pieces of evidence at odds with each other?
Well, we have an income and a sale price, and a mathematical calculation can derive a cap rate from that. And that's what that represents.
That's your opinion on how a cap rate is derived then? Because I'd like to see the theory behind that. I'd like to see you provide the effect. And I got a textbook in case you want to read it, find it. Do you have anything
If I have
to
anything,
support that it's a cap rate, other than that statement you've made?
I think I've answered the question,
All
Mr.
right.
Chairman.
The other one on page 22 I was looking at is 1100 Waverly. Who are the current users in that site?
I don't know. I haven't found that property.
You're aware that absolutely none of them are industrial?
I'm not aware of the current use.
Now, you talked about these market reports, calling them outside sources. Have you investigated the classification that these properties give on their specific property types?
No.
So do you know for a fact that the subject would even be included in their studies?
I don't know.
And I'm looking at, you talked about page 28 saying Southwest Winnipeg. This is the most desirable area. And it says multi-tenant investment properties. Is this multi-tenant?
It's a single tenant, single occupant. It's owner occupied.
Okay. You inspected it anymore?
It's just an exterior drive-by.
Thank you, those are my questions.
Ken, any questions?
Based on your land comparables, can you tell me what the facility is at 1400 Inkster Boulevard?
That would be a trucking terminal for, I believe, Reimer. Terminal?
That's strictly just a terminal. What's that, the 1750 Inkster location?
I don't have details on that one.
No.
Those comps were selected in part because they're also located on Inkster, not too far from the subject.
That's all my questions, Mr. Chair.
That is?
No questions, thank you.
Are any of them multi-tenant? Are they
Of the
on your page,
comparisons?
on your page 3?
I'm not sure.
Would it make a difference?
I couldn't say. They were selected because they're similar in size. I tried to find similar in age and close in the area if I could. So we're dealing with a larger building of 96,000, and most of the comparisons are close in size.
Got no further questions. Mr. Neufeld, I'll let the presentation, please.
Thank you. I'm extremely familiar with this property. This is my first client ever. Involved from the ground up back in 1997. They were the first user in Innsbruck Industrial Park, which was a planned to be 3 sections of land, a new development. And they were the first phase, first person in, to the point where they even had to use a temporary water and sewer hookup off Inkster while the line was being extended from King Edward. Turns out their former property, which was 460 McPhillips, was under lease, and Manitoba Lotteries bought the building out and evicted them. So they were under intense pressure to relocate to the site. When the land was purchased for, I think it was something like $17,000 an acre, very much on the low side, and temporary services, and they originally had a larger parcel. Which was subdivided off. The original business was a family. It's called Fort Garry Industries because it used to be located in the back lane between Fort and Garry. It was never in Fort Garry. That's its genesis. And it was the Souchet family who started it. And in and around between the 80s and the 90s, their trucking business took off. After repair of the running gear on trucks and trailers. Running gear meaning brakes, shocks, that's what they work on. And not the hydraulics and not the motors, but the running gear. And they also sell in trailers. Now the other part of their business was the fire truck business. And they are the only fire truck manufacturer located in Canada between Red Deer and someplace in Ontario, and sell across the world, as well as specialized vehicles. One of the vehicles they made was actually a troop carrier at one point. But it's all custom built fire trucks. And in the back, the reason that they had to get this property, and the zoning was changed for them, is they operated one of the only rubber relining facilities in Winnipeg. And the rubber relining is, if you have a roller on a piece of machinery that's got rubber on it, it eventually wears out. And they take these older rolls and put a new layer of rubber on it and bake it and part of their service line. In 2003 approximately, the business separated. So the rubber lining and the fire truck moved off, and they bought a piece of land in Rosser and built a site there. So the trucking business absorbed all of the space. So at that point, they didn't need all the space. That they controlled approximately 50,000 square feet of the space, with the fire truck company at the rest. So they've been slowly absorbing the space into their operation. You could call it a vacancy, but they made the decision not to put the property on the market for a subtenant. Over time, they felt that they could grow into it. And they do have operations now all across Western Canada, headquartered here in Winnipeg, so it's a nice Winnipeg story. That's the background on it. The property itself, now these pictures were taken in about the interior ones were taken somewhere around 2008 or 9. Actually, I can tell you the exact date, but I brought the wrong folder here. But after the fire truck company vacated, bottom of page 3 was second floor office, and then pages 4 and 5 were where the fire truck manufacturing facility was located, and the top of page 5 is where the rubber relining equipment was. And so they are gradually expanding into the area. But it is still too big for them. They do work on the site. They have 3 drive-through truck bays, and they wanted to be located here because they got to be with the truckers on it. And so it was a decision on location for the business. In order to value this, again, I'm giving you the background. This isn't office warehouse, like most of the cap rates that come in this so-called industrial sector are. This is another working site. This is they're actually do stuff inside here. So we looked at the rents on page 6, and I don't have it here, but what we've been doing is these rents on page 6 are ones that we've researched and found them to be fairly, in our opinion, clear of influences that would indicate they're not market. And what I mean by that are tenant inducements and other things. We are looking for strictly net rents. And then what we do with these is we've got them stacked by age, and we graph them, and then we do a mathematical calculation of where the intersect line is with 96,000 feet. And I don't think we printed that out for it. I know we've got it in our system, we've done it. But so what we are doing, what we can do is look at the rents in the range between 60 and 110,000 feet, which brackets it. And you can see that we've got about 12 there. The ones in bold were supplied by the city of Winnipeg, and we had the opportunity to review some of these. And I'm not comfortable with 255 Hutchins, but we have a verified 1835 Sargent and 1750 Inkster and 680 Mission we had a disagreement on, but we took their rate. Ours was actually lower. We did the deal. So we have a number of rates in this bracketing that range from the low end of 265 and the high end is 525. Now the one at the high end is 230 Panet, and that's a furniture distribution warehouse for Ashley Furniture. And it actually operates, it's a retail pickup area as well. After some investigation, we looked at it, and we're not deeming this to be a market, a very strong market transaction. There were some outside influences on it. So that's when we're not putting a lot of weight on. Looking at the rest, then we top out at 487. And incidentally, 1245 Border is one of the properties that we represent. That's a good example. It's a little bit smaller and the rent is therefore a little higher. So I think reasonably a rent at 450 for an actual industrial space, not office warehouse, not cross dock, not any high revenue generating sites, is a fair number. For capitalization, we're using the Johnson report. So the overall industrial rate is 7.2, and the Inkster neighborhood is the strongest market in the city of Winnipeg in terms of reliability and strength of the transactions. And of course the subject is in this area. Inkster tends to have, Inkster and St. James are the largest inventory of industrial space in the city at this point in time. And I was just going to give you the count on that. 106 spaces and buildings, 5.3 million in rentable area, and the cap, as indicated, is 6.6%. So our methodology on this is look at the individual area, and then just to account for sample size anomalies, average that out with the overall city rate, so we have a stronger value. That comes to 6.9%. And what's important here, the point we have to drive home when we talk about these rates, is that they're actually industrial buildings. And we have a list here of several hundred properties. We know what they are. We're not slipping in office flex warehouse conversions. These are actual sites. The non-recoverables and our workup on the non-recoverables is on page 44. And this was an analysis of Collier's managed sites. Some are industrial, some are other types of properties. Most of the industrials we manage are multi-tenanted facilities. However, the ownership has provided an indication of some of the costs they incur. And looking at the submission, that we didn't include it because, of course, it wasn't relevant to evaluation. The assessor has put in their return, and I did note that many of the costs that were indicated in here would typically be non-recoverable. They're listing $475,000 in expenses. That's a rather high amount. That's over $5 a foot. So well exceeding what we would normally expect for costs. So we were using 5%, and I'm going to tempt fate here. Somewhere in my pile of submissions, whether I introduce it now or as rebuttal for the assessor's presentation, I have board rulings on the 5%, which I'd like to pass out now.
We won't be taking any board ruling.
Why is that?
We've been told that we no longer accept board rulings as evidence.
And what was the source of that, may I ask?
It was a directive that I got.
Prior to this hearing?
Yes.
Well, that brings us to a point of order. That would appear to me to be an ex parte communication directing you to value something and taking away your independence. I find that objectionable. And I may read something to you as well. I got up early this morning. So you're not looking at board rulings, but until when did this directive come out? Was it Monday?
We probably got it too.
Yeah, I don't know. They don't have my address. I don't get my mailers. But it was recent. So we've had several months of hearings where you've listened to all the board orders. Now,
But we've always said that we would
put weight on it.
put the weight necessary. It would not
But you've never said, I'm not looking at it.
You know, not till,
In some cases we have.
But it was your decision. It wasn't
Correct.
somebody else's decision. You're telling me this is somebody else's decision.
we've been advised that.
Let the chair deal with that.
Thank you very much.
Let's just say I had some pre-warning this was going to happen. On December 19th, 2019, the Supreme Court, who I'm sure we all know that they have the ultimate jurisdiction in Canada, administrative decision makers and reviewing courts alike must be concerned with the general consistency of administrative decisions. Those affected by administrative decisions are entitled to expect that like cases will generally be treated alike and that outcomes will not depend merely on the identity of the individual decision makers. Expectations that do not evaporate simply because the parties are not before a judge. It bears the justificatory burden of explaining that departure and its reasons. If the decision maker does not satisfy this burden, the decision will be unreasonable. what they're saying, and Mr. Mercury explained this to me, because I'm not a lawyer, so I get a lawyer to tell me how to say things, is that if you've been doing this all year, and then on Monday, the rules changed, the Supreme Court said, no, you can't do that. So I'm putting it before you, and I understand you're in a very difficult situation where you've had a party tell you that you're not supposed to do this. I'm saying that's wrong. I'm saying that could be illegal. It could be ex parte communication. Your independence is being taken away. And I'm not going to push the matter and do anything with this board. I understand what you're under. I'm registering the concerns of the taxpayers of the city of Winnipeg. And I will carry on.
We'll call it so noted, but we still won't accept it. Let's move on.
I can say verbally that this year has been very interesting on the 5%, and been awarded many times, more often than not. Structural reserve in this case, we're using 25 cents a foot, and in this particular building, that might be a bit on the low side, because after fire trucks moved out, they had a lot of ceiling mounted equipment, and in the back they used autoclaves that were manufactured in the 50s, and so there may be necessity for some structural repairs as the site is remediated and brought into a different usage. But we're going to use a standard rate of 25 cents a foot, which when you collect that money for 25 years is enough to pay for a new roof, which is the typical cost incurred in to a landlord on a rented property. Our shortfall is estimated at $5.76 a foot, but I see that there is an error in that the utility rate is set at, including air conditioning, and the property is not air conditioned, predominantly only 20,000 square feet is. So that number should be adjusted down, and the repair and maintenance, as I did mention, is impacted by having to fix space, which has been accounted for in the non-recoverables. So I think the number should actually be adjusted downwards to approximately $4.50 a square foot. And I'll just give you a slight adjustment in my NOI.
You're going to give us the adjustment on the shortfall?
That's correct. It should be 29,817.
That's a shortfall.
Yes, rather than the 38. So that's an additional 8354 to the NOI, which changes it to a machine that doesn't work. I always throw mine against the wall when they don't work, you know?
So do I.
I feel your pain.
Adjusted NOI is $326,879. Now that brings me to the capitalization rate, and there were a lot of things that I thought that went into this rate. Starting with the large size of the property. Now, we didn't account for a higher vacancy rate for a larger size building. If this building were to go vacant, the whole thing goes vacant, it's 100%. Now, I did bring my wonderful textbook with me, and without reading from it, I can tell you that one of the theories to deal with this is a higher capitalization rate. So it's too big for the market. The optimal size of industrial in our market is in the neighborhood of 30,000 square feet. And that's one of the issues. And going to our Collier's rates, which are on page 27, this property is not, would not be one of the properties that we would track, simply because of the usage of it. These are pretty properties that are tracked, not working properties. And the description is on page 25. And they talk about steel frame, precast tilt up, 50 to 100,000 feet. Well, the subject is metal pre-engineered, not tilt up, not precast, not steel frame. I mean, I should clarify that. A metal pre-engineered building is technically a steel frame, but not steel frame as these indicate. In what they're talking about here is a purpose-built steel frame, and what we're talking about here is metal pre-engineered. And investment grade covenant strength and 15% rental growth. So that would generally apply to office flex, where the opportunity to have basically an office flex will have a 25 to 30 foot bay, maybe 6,000 feet in total between bays, and you market it on how many bays you want to take, and you therefore you have the flexibility in the market, and then the tenant can build a second floor, or you can do it for them and charge them back. That's not this building. So the rates, our industrial rates for those better buildings will range from 7 to 8.25, but again, we wouldn't be in this. We have a very, very good example, and on page 35, 100 Paquin, sold in, I have spring, I have the exact date somewhere, 7.6 million, the cap was 8.47%, that's 121,000 square feet. And it is a mix of office and predominantly warehouse. I think the ratio is very similar to the subject on that mix, although this site was two separate buildings, and the major tenant, it was built as a single tenant building for Temro, and then they shrank, and some of the space went to the market. The unfortunate thing is that after they transacted this deal, Temro declared Chapter 11 in the United States, which they weren't aware of. But at the time, 8.47 was the rate on that sale. And that's why we're using 8.5, which gets us a value of $3,845,635. Round of 3,845,635, rounded to 3,846,000. As I said, I'm quite familiar with the property on the market as a single tenant user, almost 100,000 square feet. There's nothing happening right now in this area, other than people. There are a couple of large warehouses in the works for Centerport that everyone is bidding on, distribution warehouses, but this isn't a distribution warehouse. It would require conversion costs and capital reinvestment to turn it into one. So if you want to assess it at a higher value, like the distribution warehouse, then you've got to subtract the cost to convert. We're assessing it as it is. Thank you.
Mr. Kenner, questions? What is?
Yeah, I'm just curious if those figures are right on page 1. The 2018 assessment was $5,245,000, is that correct?
Are you supposed to ask that?
No.
Well, it's on your evidence.
Well, I know, but you can't have it both ways now,
No,
can
no,
you?
no, I didn't, we're not talking, we're talking about your evidence on page 1.
Well, it's another board order.
No, that's not the point. I'm trying to see, I'll tell you what my question is.
Sure.
Has there been much of a change between 16 and 18? Because that's quite a big jump. That's really what
In market?
I'm after.
In market?
Yeah. That's really what I'm after. I'm not, because we gotta make decision on the evidence we have.
What is? We should not be looking at that number anyway.
No?
And we're
Okay.
putting very little weight on it.
Okay, that's fine, let's leave it at that then, I was just wondering. The other thing is, page 27, what date would those rates be? Because I was looking at the Q18.
Oh, this is,
What is that?
this is
What-
page 23, which is Q1 2018. And this document on page 23 is a sales brochure. It's not
cap
But
rates.
27 flows from it?
27 flows from it, and
How come they got different rates?
because this is done as a rate of return for the investor. So it counts every bit of money the investor spends, which includes leasing commissions, closing costs at land titles, any costs after acquisition. So I happen to know that there's several properties in here, because I now get to see the data, where I think I was looking at one that was purchased for 4.7 million, and it turned out after sale, they had to spend 700,000 on improvements for their own usage. So when our people, our sales agents capped it, they didn't use 4.7, they used 5.4. Which isn't the way you do it in the real world. In the real world, you take a snapshot in time, the income at the time of sale. So because we now have the ability to go in there and look at these numbers, then I have the ability to adjust them and show you a real life cap on page 27. And the explanation is on page 26.
For all these different land transfers, brokerage fees, legal fees, and so on.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, that's all, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Ken?
The the structural reserve of 0.25 cents. Is it saying, regardless of the roof type? I think you flagged this.
Yeah. It's awful when people remember everything I say, and you're correct, and in this particular case, we are a metal engineered building, and so the roof replacement is different than a flat one with gravel. It's a lesser factor. The reason we had it this high compared to the rest is when you look on page 4 and 5, the space that was vacated by the former fire truck site, there was a very hard usage on this site. They actually did a lot of aluminum welding, and in the big section and in the small section, it was an autoclave, which is a very heavy piece of equipment that generates heat. So when they took it over, they inherited half of the building with a much lower remaining economic life. So I'm budgeting for some requirements. And when I was in there inspecting, I also noted that the autoclave unit, if you look on page 2 or 3, there's a retention pond right at the back of the property. Lovely view if you have a house there. If you have a trucking operation, it's the worst thing in the world because you need flat land for your trucks. So because the two parts that jut out have shown some indication of shifting towards the retention pond. So that's why I stuck with the 25-cent rate rather than cut it back to account for the roof. Interesting anecdote, just joking about this, is that the elevation change, the land drops. The former fire truck manufacturer actually found a good use for it because they have a testing facility. They can test the grade at which the fire trucks will pump water. So that worked for them, but they're gone now.
Just a quick question, is where did they locate the fire truck and the rubber ready facility to?
To 53 Creek Bend, not Creek Bend, name of some creek in Rosser.
Rosser?
Yeah, they moved to Rosser, and Rosser has no water, so they actually built their own retention pond, just for their site, for sprinklers and for their business, their fire truck testing.
Thank you.
That will conclude that matter. Would you like to take a few minutes to go and have a sandwich and come back? Is that good? Break for 30 minutes.
How long? 10?
30.
30?
Yeah, by the time we get there, get back. Call it back to order. We're going to move on to the next file, which will be 90 Creek Bend Road, and it's going to be using the same brief for the next property, correct?
I have a point of order before we restart.
Sure.
I have in front of me the City of Winnipeg Border Revision Practices and Procedures Manual. I believe that this was passed by City Council. The oath, I'm assuming that all the members here took the oath, and here it says, I do solemnly and sincerely affirm that I will faithfully, diligently, and impartially perform the duties required of me. Given what we've heard about receiving direction from an outside source, is the board still of the opinion that you're able to discharge your duties impartially? And you don't have to answer.
Oh, I've got no
to,
problem,
but
Mr. Neufeld, answering it.
this is a problem.
We are definitely impartial, and I think you'll find that we're also all very independent of each other, so we deal
That's
with
a given.
everything.
But the fact that you've been told not to accept certain pieces of evidence is, to my mind, not impartial. If you made that judgment, instead of being directed to do so, that would be within your right, and you're acting impartially, and I would respect that. But now that we know someone has told you not to accept it, you're acting under somebody else's orders, and I'm not holding it against any of the members, but I think we have to disclose this. It has to be transparent and dealt with.
And I don't think this will be the place where we're dealing with it, so.
Okay,
I can tell you, I feel I'm very impartial.
no one disagrees with you, but you were given instructions, and you did have to act on them. That's not impartial. So, I think it goes against everybody's nature. And I'm certainly not accusing this board of anything. This should not have happened. Nor can you change this manual on a whim. This didn't go to council, did it? This change that we were just told about. Thank you. That was my point of order.
Well, you didn't have a point of order, Mr. Neufeld, but you did get to take your statement. Can we move on, Mr. Tanner, please?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. So this is file 19-4932. The roll number is 080212-19700, and the address is 90 Creek Bend Road. The value in the roll, this is a supplementary assessment. The value is $4,412,000. This supplementary came about to put a new building on this property. The new building was added effective February 27th of 2019. So we refer to the 2018 value because that's the starting point from which we added value to, and that's why the order is in my brief at the back of the my brief, just to show that that's the starting point from which we're adding value for a new building. So I'll take you through my brief now. The actual years built of the buildings on site range from 2012 to 2019.
Well, 1 second, I gotta stop you for a second. You have also got some border revision orders at the back of your file here.
I believe I just have the one.
Just one? We shouldn't even be dealing with it though, should we? I gotta ask you.
Well, Mr. Chairman, as
Just let me have 1 second here, and have to,
certainly.
members, is a board order a board order or what? What is?
Well, I think we have to ignore these. Now, I know all parties received the same instructions, I guess.
But we were told to remove them from the files.
They were,
Were you not told to remove them from the file?
I was, yep.
And these are board orders
Gotta
to be
remove them.
removed from the file?
In this particular case, I think the assessor's going somewhere with it.
I'm just saying the new building was added, and so this is the starting value to which we added to.
You adopted the same numbers that were in the board order from the previous year.
Yes,
Is what
for
you're leading.
2019.
for 2019.
So just to summarize, we added a building effective September 27th of 2019, and the value went from $3,194,000 to $4,412,000. So that's the nature of the supplementary assessment.
I think that's fair, Mr. Chairman.
Okay,
I don't object to it,
okay,
but I never would have anyway.
let's do it.
Okay, so as I stated, this supplementary assessment, this property was heard in 2018, and the value, as we stated, at $3,194,000. When they completed this new building, we added value for it, and the value is deemed to be $4,412,000, effective February 27th of 19. Turning to page 3 are some rent comparisons, but this is a self-storage facility. We don't feel that these rent comparisons are reflective in any way of a self-storage facility, so we can safely ignore those. Turning to page 4 is the income workup on this property. The leasable areas are as shown there. 34,520, we use 614, that would be heated space. 32,586 at 365 unheated. 1050 at 922 heated office space, and 25,950 the additional building. That's an overall value. So looking at the workup here, we have 94,106 square feet in total. Potential rent of $446,968. To that, a vacancy loss of 4%. Expenses, including management, of 7%. An overall cap rate of 6.5%. We believe the value, if we use the rents that we believe should have been in place, would have been $5,931,000. However, as I stated, we respected the board decision and used the parameters coming from that decision. That decision used an overall rent of $410 and a cap rate of 7.5%. So I note an override amount on page 4 at $4,412,000. If you'll turn to page 6, you can see how that value was derived. So the board decision concluded $410 was an appropriate rent, and we applied that rent to the additional area as well as the existing area. We used a vacancy of 4%, a shortfall shown there, 5 and 2%. The NOI derived is $330,922. We used the same cap rate that the Board of Revision decided for this cycle at 7.5%, and derived the value of $4,412,000. Now,
are you on page 4?
no, I'm on page 6 now.
6.
So on page 4 at the bottom, there's an amount there, $4,412,000. That's an override number, and I show how that was calculated on page 6.
Okay, but it's got a 6.5 cap on page 4.
Right, but if you'll see the override number, we used 7.5%.
Okay.
So we're not using the $5,931,000 based on those parameters. We're using $4,412,000 based on the parameters shown on page 6.
Okay.
So as I said, we respected the board order and followed the parameters outlined there, which was a $410 overall rate, a 7.5% cap rate. The net operating income we used was $330,922. Now I'd like to draw your attention to page 18 of my brief. So on pages 17 and 18 are the net operating income statements of this property. The facility is operated by St. Anne's Self-Storage Limited for the owner, who is 6225 Northwest Territories Limited, or NWT Limited. So if you look through St. Anne's Self-Storage Limited, you'll see their net income on page 18. At the top is $661,677.98. Now, Northwest Territories Limited also puts an income statement in there. They show no income, but they show property taxes and some expenses that we need to account for. So from the St. Anne's Self-Storage Limited rent, income of $661,000, we subtract the property taxes on this property, as well as bank charges and professional services, to determine the property's net operating income of $583,569.65. So the actual operating income from this property is $583,000. Our model, based on the parameters outlined at the Board of Revision, is only $330,922. So if anything, we would consider it low, but that's the value we've used and put on this property. And based on that, I would suggest strongly that this value is, if anything, low, but should be confirmed for 2019. So moving forward, we have some overhead photos of the property starting on page 9. You can see a map of the property. It's just inside the perimeter highway and just off of St. Anne's Road. There's a nice overhead view on page 9. You can see in these photos that the pad for the new building was in place when these photos were taken, but the building hadn't been built. These photos are 2018, but that building has since been built. Turning to page 11, these are notes from the operator's website, and they introduced their new XL building. We're welcoming a third phase to our facility. This is the third building on their facility. They offer higher sidewalls and ceilings, 9-foot doors, and drive-up access units, which will be individually lit. And they state that it's perfect for commercial use as well as residential. And there's some pictures of the storage units there. On page 12, a street view of the office as you drive up. As you can see, it's a gated, secure facility. With your pass key, the gate goes up and it's very secure. On page 13, we have some pictures of the office area. On page 14, we have some sampling of the rents charged for the varying sizes of storage units. So the smaller ones are page 14, bigger ones on 15, and bigger yet on 16. Obviously, the bigger the size, the higher the rent, and these are monthly rental fees. Again, we've been through the financials, and we see the NOI from this property is quite substantial. So based on the evidence and the override value, which I showed on page 6, we believe the value of $4,412,000 should be confirmed. And if anything, it's on the low side, but I would strongly suggest that it should be confirmed. Thank you.
This picture on page 9, Mr. Penner, says $6,432,000 on that.
Yep, that would be the original assessment for 2018.
Oh, before you adjusted it?
Before it was heard at the Board of Revision.
Okay, that's what it was back then.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can
No,
disregard
that's
that
the
number.
2020 number.
Hmm?
That's the 2020 number.
Yeah, it is.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, that's not the number which was before.
6,432, I do stand corrected, thank
Yeah.
you.
That's not what we've dealt with.
Okay, right, that's starting number,
$5,006,000.
right, okay, I stand corrected, that's the 2020 assessment. You can disregard that for the purposes of the 19 stuff.
Oh, that's the 2020 one.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Okay, that's the next sheet or what?
yeah.
it's the next brief.
Next
So this,
brief.
we're dealing with the 19, which is April
Yeah.
1st, 16.
Okay,
right?
now I understand where we're headed.
Okay, anyway, that's my presentation. I asked the board to confirm the supplementary value of $4,412,000. Thank you.
Mr. Newell, questions?
Very few. Do you have the breakdown on the additional size, heated versus unheated?
I don't. So we just apply the 410 overall, assuming the
No,
breakdown.
I understand that. I was just looking at the sketch and wondering if you had more information than provided on think it was page 18 or 19?
Yeah, I think it's probably structured the same as the others.
Does it say on the plan, the plan, I don't have a very clear copy. I see that it says 25,925 square feet, not 25,950. But there's some, on the side, I'm wondering if it specifies.
Yeah, I don't.
Actually, this looks like a landscaping plan, doesn't it? Okay, I have no further questions, and I'm going to agree with the assessor. We should confirm the value on this.
On this one,
Yes.
at 4,412,000, confirm. Do the panel members have any questions?
Yeah, I have a question. You made reference to the 27th of February 2019. So do they, would the assessment be in place for the whole year?
No.
Or is that part year?
Part year, starting on February 27th through the end.
I see. It
Yes.
starts.
It's a part year.
It's part year.
Yes.
Okay, that's my question, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Okay, you're okay?
I'm okay. No questions,
No
Mr. Chair.
questions? Okay, we're gonna keep Mr. Newfell's brief for the next one.
I don't think we even
Go to brief.
put a brief for the first one.
Okay, on to the next one, Mr. Penner, when you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this is file number 19-4931, roll number 0802121970 90 Creek Bend Road. And this is the 2020 assessment, as was pointed out just a minute ago. The value in the roll is $6,432,000. The actual years built of the buildings, as stated, were 2012, and the building C was built and complete in 2019. So turning to page 4 of my brief, we have the workup of our assessment here and the rents used, and the heated spaces are 34,520 and 554, and the 25,950 is a blended rate of 426, and the unheated space is at 312, and the office space at 919. Overall, this works out to $4.39 a square foot, and gives us a potential rent of $413,106. To that, we've applied a vacancy loss of 2.5%, expenses at 2% to determine the net operating income of $385,900. I'd like you to turn to, bless you, I'd like you to turn to page 18, if you will, for a moment. And again, we can have a look at the actual financials reported by the operator and the owner. It looks like they've changed their reporting slightly, whereas St. Anne's Self Storage Limited is still operating this facility. They're taking in the revenue and claiming the expenses against that. They're also paying a rent to the owner of $660,000. So on page 17, you see the net income for St. Anne's Self Storage. Net of that rent is $27,150. On page 18, you see the owner, 6225 NWT Limited, list as revenue the rent that they're being paid by the operator, and to that they deduct certain expenses to determine their net operating income. So starting with NWT Limited, 6225 NWT Limited, their net income before taxes is shown at $206,362. We add back items that aren't deductible for appraisal. the depreciation there and the interest on the long-term debt. So the net operating income for 6225 NWT Limited is $579,457. St. Ange Self-Storage NOI is $27,150, as we saw on the previous page. So the total property net operating income is $606,608. So turning back now to page 4, we see our model. Our model-driven NOI is again very low in comparison to the actual net operating income of this property, but we believe that it's a fair value coming from it, if not a little bit conservative. To this, we've applied a 6% cap rate. These buildings are brand new, and that's the reason for the cap rate being 6%. And it's an appropriate cap rate when applied to a very, very conservative net operating income. So the value derived is $6,432,000. This property, as we saw for 2015, had an NOI of $583,000. In 2016, the NOI is $606,000. Should be noted that neither one of these net operating incomes include any income from the new building. So we feel we have added for the new building, but we really haven't added any income from it. So if anything, again, as I stated, we're quite conservative on this. Page 5 is just a summary of what we've gone over, and page 6 is just another way to look at the rents and to show that the overall rent to the overall leasable area is $4.39. The 6% cap rate, we touched briefly on the reasons for that. Newer buildings, steady net operating income. Falls below the 20th to the 80th percentile, but does reflect the newness of the structure and the income generated. Page 9 is the overhead view of this property, and these are the same pictures that we already saw previous brief, so we can skip over those. Again, we have rental rates, which are monthly rental rates for the different size components. Page 19 is just a sketch showing where building C would be. As you can see, building A, the first building, was built in 2012. The success of that building led to the second one being built, and finally a third one being built in 2019. On page 22 of the status of title, we see there's a mortgage on this property of $6,800,000 taken out in 2013. So that gives us an idea of how the bankers are looking at this property. They see it as a very safe investment and are on that basis willing to lend as much money as they have. So again, we think the value is $6,432,000 for 2020, which does reflect the new building built in 19 is a fair value, fair and equitable, and we ask that it be confirmed.
Mr. Nicol?
Spent some time talking about the statement. Now, you are aware that the revenue includes business income?
Well, it's income generated from the property.
This includes business income, correct?
For the business of storage, yes.
No, business income in all manners, not just rental income, business income. You're not aware of that?
Well, can you be more specific?
Okay, so the point is you're not aware of it then. That's fine. Would you come to this hearing with the spreadsheet, with a balance sheet from a restaurant and show how many hamburgers they sold in order to assess it?
No, but the majority of the rent on this statement is from the rental.
Where does it show that?
Well, that's the business that they're in.
Oh, where does it show it?
Revenue,
Revenue.
top line,
Right.
right.
Where does it say it's rental?
Well, based on the business that they're in, it's safe to say that the majority of that revenue comes from the rental of their storage units.
Safe to say? How is that safe? That's your assumption, is it not?
I'll leave it there, Mr. Chairman.
He's answered your question. He's not aware.
Oh, okay. That's what I thought he said, but I didn't know. Did you examine the relationship between St. Anne Self Storage and NWT?
Yes, I did.
And what's that relationship?
They're related companies.
And you talked about a mortgage. Did you research the mortgage?
No, it's just what's listed on the title.
You don't know about the two other self-storage sites they own?
This is what's
Storage
registered on
property.
his title, so.
That's what I'm talking about, the mortgage. You didn't check the mortgage to see if other security was listed?
No, it's just a statement of fact.
Is this how the assessment department determines value, by looking at mortgages?
No, actually, we use an income approach, as you can see, and I've gone over on page 4. It's an income-derived value.
Now, since we did have the evidence introduced on the previous year's value, on that particular year, your vacancy rate was 4%, and now it's moved to 2.5%. Do you have some market support for that?
That's what's indicated in this market region.
For what
So
type
they're-
of property?
Overall.
For
Overall.
storage warehouse?
No, overall, for industrial properties.
For industrial properties?
Yes.
And, okay, are you aware what the actual vacancy is?
I don't know.
And in the last, 2 years ago, which was presented, there was a 5% fee for, it's called management. And did the market change in 2 years that this is no longer applied?
Yes.
The market changed?
Well, I believe so. The market changes from cycle to cycle, safe to say.
So, as of 2 years ago, no more non-recoverable? That's your suggesting the market did?
I'm not talking specifically about that. I'm saying
Well,
the
I'm
market
asking-
changed. We have a different reference.
I'm asking specifically about the change in the 5% between the previous appeal and this appeal. Was that a market-driven factor, or was that a decision made by the assessor?
What we found was 2% was sufficient to
A
recover
decision.
the non-recoverable.
Decision made by the assessor. And the capitalization rate for this, does this come from your industrial properties on page 7?
Yes.
Do you have any actual capitalization rates for self-storage facilities?
I don't have any in front of me.
Does your department have any?
I couldn't say.
Do you have any knowledge about how they're capitalized?
I don't have specific knowledge on
Okay.
cap rates for self-storage.
Is it fair to say that these are simply industrial parameters that were applied to self-storage?
It is.
Those are my questions, thank you.
Aaron, questions? Dave,
No questions, Mr. Chair.
what is?
Yeah, just to confirm, so this is owned by NWT and one other sister company is running it, and they've got multiple tenants because of all these different people that are
Right.
renting.
People coming and going.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
On with your presentation, Mr. Newfeld.
Okay, the focus on the ownership and the statements is entirely misleading. It's a couple of guys from East Grand Forks, Howard, and, I keep forgetting this guy's name. They got 3 facilities in Winnipeg, one on Waverly, one on Gordon, and So this particular site, and they have another one in the works coming up. So this particular site on Creek Bend was a result of some land near St. Anne's and the perimeter becoming available for development, and it's kind of important. The location on St. Anne's is right near the perimeter, and you can see on the picture on page 2, just the perimeter, just barely in the corner picture showing up as being a street. Developers had taken most of this land for multifamily projects, being along the river, and this last piece at the corner was set aside with different zoning, and they weren't allowing multifamily. So that's why it became available for this particular use. They really didn't want a high traffic use. And I think the reason is rather obvious when you look at the picture. You see that there's a turnaround piece of pavement because it's a dead end. And the city wasn't interested in any sort of more permanent structure, and this suited their planning requirements. So it was just happened to be a great fit, and then you can see the development trace the contours of the property. What has happened since then, and actually since we produced this report, is that the province finally put out their long-awaited perimeter redevelopment plan, and it's in 7 phases. This is the only phase that's been identified as being under immediate review, under immediate concern for quicker development, which I think is actually not the case, because I know that there's a different property that's probably going to come first, because this is what I do a lot of work in, is expropriation. However, the dead end here is going to turn into a service road that is going to front and go back towards the perimeter, and now there is a concern about potential expropriation happening. And like I said, it did happen after this was prepared. Mr. Mercury and I are both likely working on this project when it comes up. It's something we do an awful lot of. That's the history of it, and the concept of the building in stages is actually fairly simple. It's all about absorption. A self-storage facility needs to operate between a 10 and 20% vacancy rate. That's a necessity. They need a high vacancy because they don't like to turn away business when they're full. So these things develop, and once the absorption has risen to a certain amount, then the second building was built. And when that absorption had reached critical, then they built the third building. So it was all about keeping the curve going and keeping a 10 to 20% vacancy rate. Once a site becomes more full than that, it's actually less lucrative because you don't get the walk-ins. And that's where your big money comes from. They're a very competitive business, so the long-termers pay less than the short-termers, so you need an adequate amount of space available to get a quick, a higher rent amount. The interesting thing is go and phone one of these guys and ask them for their rental rates, and they won't give it to you. They're so tight-lipped. It is a competitive business. But we do an awful lot of work, and actually the leading self-storage appraiser in the country is a fellow with Colliers by the name of Oliver Teague, based in Ottawa, and we're fortunate to have his assistance on this project. On page 3, he gave us, prepared this rating system, and this helps us identify how the subject would be judged. Now, initially, this is would have been between on a location between a B and a C, and it's dropped to it will drop to a C. Same with access and exposure. Quality is definitely a C or slightly lower, being steel or wood frame. Condition, it's good. It's actually an A in condition, but that's only the last few years. It's steel. This is a kit, a building kit. You want to build one of these, you pour a slab, and you order the kit. Kit's like $17, $18 a foot. Steel studs, some insulated. Now, this one is designed to have all the external units of a particular building will be unheated, the internal ones will be heated, and it's an insulation factor as well to save in utilities. Occupancy, again, they're working very hard on it. This is a business issue that they're trying to maintain an occupancy that is going to stay and allow them to have that flexibility. Saturation, at one point, Winnipeg was very lowly saturated. So Colliers keeps numbers on this, and Winnipeg at one point was very, very low, which meant that there was a lot of room for new building, more than many other major cities. We're now to the point where we're in equilibrium, and so new product coming in the market will have a tougher go at it. The issue here is there room for another one? And right now, it's getting there. The amenities is a C. Well, actually a cross between a B and a C. The on-site manager is there in the daytime, and there is video surveillance and electronic gate. An A property would be an actual on-site living manager, and there's a couple of facilities who offer that. So what we have is a building that's between a B and a C on the rating. And that's the best way to describe it, is with those standards. On page 6 is it's a board order. That should have been removed, right? No, it's not a board order. That was an agreement. So over the years, when I first started in self-storage, they were all done on a cost approach. And the problem with that is that you had older buildings that had been there for a long time and were getting a competitive advantage over the newer buildings. And now they're all charging the same rental rate, but some of the older buildings had taxes that were 1/3 of what a new building was, because the cost approach is too skewed to physical depreciation. So this changed in and around 2004, and it migrated to an income style approach. And the migration was started by me and adopted within the next cycle by most of the other market participants. What we were doing is putting a hypothetical rent on the units of heated versus unheated and a hypothetical cap rate. We did not use actual incomes simply because they were so full of business revenue. And we were looking at industrial rents of lower quality sites. And when I mean lower quality, I mean low ceiling heights, because most of the ceilings in these facilities are about 8 to 9 feet. And your average industrial one is much higher than that. And of course, it offers real walls, not one sheet of steel. But it was a hypothetical approach, and the parties liked it. The owners liked it because it put them all in an equal footing, and equity is an important issue. Over the years, the assessment department, over the last, I guess, 4 years, has finally gone along with this and walked away from the cost approach and are doing a modified income approach. Now, the only thing about this is when you're going to do a modified income approach, you just can't set it and forget it. You got to remember that there are differences. It's not an industrial rent. And we're not too far apart in the rents, but it's not an industrial vacancy rate. And it's certainly not an industrial cap rate. Now, with the cap rate, the issues on this is, I think I explained earlier about the lifespan. Now, unheated properties, 15 to 20 years. That can be extended by good maintenance and repair, but good maintenance and repair costs money. That means capital investment. That means having to replace sections. One of the most interesting problems with self-storage is the lack of weight that they put. One site we worked with they all have to be built in building codes. The building code requires foundation and as if it were a normal building. But these sites don't put their weight on their foundation. So what happens is frost jacking. There's not enough static weight on the piles to keep them down in the ground. And so they do push up. One property in particular on Paramount was severely affected by it. So these are the sort of issues in the sense of having capital repairs that'll come up. And the maintenance and repair, well, the most abuse on these are doors. Doors take a hell of a beating, and they just keep a stock of doors in hand and just keep replacing them. These are things that are different. Within the cap rates that Colliers has, we actually have a system of doing cap rates, and oh, that wasn't presented here. And these are national rates, by the way, and they do involve a stabilized rental income from the site, which means stripping out, taking a look through the statements and cleaning them out of the business part of it, and then dealing with it. So generally, on page 34, it basically comes in 2 to 5 points higher than the rack rate. And that difference in the rates is going to be attributed to generally quality of construction. There are some locations where the self-storage facilities are normal buildings, some multi-story, and they cost the same to build as if it were a warehouse. So they would be capped lower, and then the ones like this that are flimsy steel structures would be capped higher. That's the background on self-storage. And as I said, we know Colliers are the market leaders in this field. So being a BC quality, we have a minor issue with the rents. I think that by and large we're relatively happy that the assessor has looking at it in the manner we have been. And I see their blended rate at $426. We
I
see.
don't think so.
Yeah, I think so.
You said 439.
Really?
Yes, he did.
What was I reading?
You were
You're reading the
bottom
last
from the
line.
basement.
Oh, okay, never mind. I see that, 439. Well, I wrote it down, didn't
Yeah,
we?
439.
Okay. We were at 410 last year, things haven't changed in this business. We think 410 is still the number. Now, we didn't put in the extra size when we filed the appeal. It was kind of a last-minute appeal. Howard had just gotten his reassessments, and he was really close to the deadline, so we just quickly filed. I haven't even had a chance to get his building plans, and then this was put on the roll with in replacement of the other one. So I think the 94-106, we haven't seen his plans, but we're going to agree with it and apply the same rate. Now, this rate should actually go down from the previous amount, not go up, because the space that's being put in is a blend of heated and unheated. And you can see from the other dimensions that the higher rent is attributed to the office, which hasn't changed. So the rate should actually drop. The market hasn't changed. As we get closer and closer to saturation, the incomes are coming down, not up. So 410 is a number. Our net income should be 385,618. The vacancy rate is totally hypothetical, and we're applying 4%. The average rate is, like I said, 10 to 20%. That's what you should see in self-storage. So, but the 4% is, we'll call it a model. And last year's assessment was 4%. This year it's 2.5%. Well, this thing is so independent of the industrial world that that's not appropriate to make a change like that. It is a hypothetical application, and it has to be supported by some market issues. And the market issue isn't the subject property type itself. As I said, this one keeps its rate high by building more units. That's the model. So 4%, that brings my subtotal to 370,194.
370.
370,914. The non-recoverables are huge on these. You can see from the statements, maintenance and repair is huge. So 5% is 18,510. Structural reserve is there is no structural reserve to speak of, but it has a very short life, and they just replace panels. Doors are the big thing, as I mentioned. A lot of heater problems. It's obviously not covered by tenants. It's just part of a gross lease situation. But you know, the thing is that at $18 a foot for a new building section, you're just going to replace major sections. Now, the only problem that has occurred on the structural reserve side is the change in building code, which occurred roughly 2011 and 12. Everything's got to be sprinklered. So the biggest problem they're suffering on the structural reserve side is the maintenance of the sprinkler system in unheated areas. They use a pre-energized system where the lines are loaded with compressed air or gas, and when they blow, then they're pushed out by the pressure, and then the water goes through the sprinkler. Even if it's 40 below, it'll still flow because the lines are big enough. That particular system is a lot of work to keep maintained, and it has to stay energized year-round. So those are the issues really that they face on the structural reserve side. That amount, which we have it at, is actually $9,411, is pretty close to the cost of the annual fire inspection. Shortfall is lower, much lower than we have here, because half the stuff isn't heated. It's just got, and the lighting is very minimal. I've adjusted that down to $3 a square foot. And that's, my shortfall is $11,292. My net income, NOI comes to $330,981. I don't really have a preference between 7.5% and 8%. It is a hypothetical application. Last year at 7.5%, it was, you know, we are dealing with a very rough estimate, so that was fine. The only concern I have this year is the notification of the impending land changes in the area, and the real concern about changing traffic patterns as well. So we think the 8% is more appropriate. That will come to a value of $4,137,263, 4,137,263, rounded to $4,137,000. Incidentally, it's not in here, but the last dozen appraisals done on this type of facility were generally in the 8 to 9% range. But they were a little bit broader on the income side, so it does work out to the same amount. That's my presentation.
Mr. Kenner?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just curious, why didn't you include the new building in your...
I didn't have the measurements. I wasn't as up to date as you.
And your proposed
It
value...
was a last minute insertion. As you recall, that this was changed, that the manager of the board had inserted this, so I ran out of time.
So you didn't oppose 4.4 for 2019, and you're suggesting it should be less than that for 2020?
Yeah, I'm seeing a higher cap, and that's on the basis of the province announcing their perimeter plans.
Now, when this was heard by yourself and one of my colleagues, you stated unequivocally that this building would never get built. And I'm guessing that's why you didn't put it in here. You said it wouldn't get built because of the Seine River and the perimeter.
Howard's a very persuasive fellow. I disagreed with him. I didn't think he'd get his permit. He got it. But, you know, part of the reason, we're dealing with him on another piece of property that's in the same area and going to be affected by the expropriation. It turns out that this type of structure by PP&D is deemed to be more on a temporary basis, which is one of the reasons they're allowing it to be built, because they can expropriate it and they figure it'll be cheaper instead of putting a more permanent structure on it.
And lastly,
Yeah, I wasn't that adamant on it, it was my opinion.
so lastly, so you believe that the actual NOI driven from the rental units of 600,000 for 17 and 583 for 15 should be disregarded?
Well, it includes business income. So, you know, as with any time you have business income, if you have a foolproof way of deducting that from the real estate income, then you may attempt to amend it. If you don't have a good system of doing it, you shouldn't do it. Now, I think you have some familiarity with hotels, and what they do in the hotel world is they make a couple of adjustments. You know, there's a 4% deduction for management, a 3% for FF&E, and at the end of the day, the whole value is discounted between 10 and 15% for the FF&E. You know, that's the hotel model for taking out the business income from the real estate income, and that was the Rushmore method. So that's been very widely applied, and it has become the norm in the hotel business. There is no real norm in the self-storage except what Oliver's been working on in Ottawa.
So would you not agree, however, that their business is renting space, one unit at a time, on their property, so their business income is actually their property income?
No, there's a lot of other things in there. Self-storage income varies from site to site, and I do several of these, and some of the outside business income is post office rental boxes, good income, truck rentals, subcontracting out movers. Interest charges are huge, and locks. Not mandatory that you use one of their locks and buy it from them so that they can take it off if they want to. So this is all in that cost, and to take the pure, and the other thing about it is the concept of management as an expense. It becomes an on-site person that you're paying for, so it's not like real estate where you rent someone, you get a net rent, and you never see from someone again. There's an on-site person there to work with you. It's more like an aircraft hangar. I don't know if you've ever seen an aircraft hangar rental site, but they've got like full-time guys to open and close the doors because they don't trust anyone else to open and close the doors. And that's the challenges of coming up with a hypothetical income approach. What we've done over the years is we've taken this hypothetical approach and then compared it to actual statements and then looked at these adjustments. And we're pretty close, but what will happen in the real world, as I mentioned, the caps and the rents will be higher, but the value ends up being the same. So we can look at some actual adjusted income, but then apply a 9 to 10% cap rate, and you're going to come with the same number.
I have no further questions.
What is?
No questions, thank you.
Ken?
Just for my clarification, your sheet here, you have an area of 68,000.
No, I changed it to 94,106. Yeah,
That's $4.
I did add it back in. We didn't have the number when we filed.
Yeah, that's what you said, just clarification. Okay, no questions, Mr. Chair?
I guess, seeing as you brought up the issue, I know we brought it up last time you were here, but that roadway that becomes a service road improves their access after this because it goes over the same with the bridge all the way down and connects It comes around and connects up to the other side.
Well, that's if you're working for the province, that's what you tell people. The law is rather interesting in this regard. Do you know that you can't get compensation if you lose access in favor of a service road?
No, they're gaining.
Well, in any event, that's not the real problem. The real problem is the uncertainty. Right now, we've seen the plan. I do a lot of work in expropriation, and what happens as you get closer and closer to it is the politicians and the engineers fight over what they're going to do. So we end up having a plan that's been proposed by an engineer and adjusted by a politician and inflicted upon the property owner. And they have no say on it. So they're dealing with uncertainty and many, many issues, because one of which is how about temporary access. They lose temporary access. A very similar situation happened in Russell, where I was dealing with highways who wanted to put in a service road, and they said, this is better for you, we're going to extend your service road and take it around the corner onto Main Street. Great. So you know what happened? He got flooded with semi-trailers that parked on the service road, because there's a brand new service road, and it blocked his business off, right? So you just don't know what's going to happen until, and we always try to wait for about 2 years after the completion of plan to see the side effects of an expropriation. The thing is, the reaction in the business community to any uncertainty is to deflate value. They don't say, hey, we're getting expropriated, yeah, our property's worth more, let's put it in the market. It's the opposite. It's like, oh no, what's going to happen? And some people know that it's coming, and they say, I got to get out of this because I don't want to take a chance. And some people see an opportunity. Now, the very interesting coincidence is that Howard's partner, NWT, why can't I think of this guy's name? He was expropriated on Waverly. He had Red River Soils on Waverly. He's been through it. He did not have a good experience.
Red River Soils.
Yeah. Was it Red River Soils? On Waverly, beside the mosque.
Yeah.
So in his case, they said, hey, you're getting a better road, we're putting Medina and extending it for you. So what happened is he lost his ramp to his soil warehouse, and then he lost his tenant. So, and none of that was predicted.
I'll leave it at that. And I won't come up on a point of order.
No, unless I think of another one,
Let's move on to the next property.
I hope nobody took that personally, because it wasn't meant.
1215 Border. And its amount of assessed value. When you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the file number is 19-4546. The roll number is 070100472000, 1215 Border Street. This property was built between 1959 and 2011, with an effective year built of 1965 through 2011. Wall heights are between 17 and 26 feet. The gross floor area is 81,902. Turning to page 2, we have the subject property leases listed there. One at $525, the other at $443 per square foot. On page 3 are some rent comparisons, ranging from $5.25 to $7 a square foot. Our model rent is $5.36 a square foot overall. It fits within the range of the comparisons listed there, and the comparisons are very supportive of the rent chosen. Turning to page 4, we have the income workup. The leasable areas are listed there and the rents applied. The total square footage is 81,902, or $5.36 a square foot overall. To that, we applied a vacancy of 4%. There was no actual vacancy in 2017. But we are applying a market vacancy of 4%. To that, we're applying expenses at 2%, shortfall of $375, to derive the net operating income of $400,983. If you'll turn to page 17, we see the property income is $420,000. You see the income summary at the bottom of my page 17. The reported property income is $322,832. To that, we add back items not deductible for appraisal, i.e. interest on long-term debt, gives us $465,552. And to that, we've deducted income not accessible for appraisal, which is amortization income. So the total property net operating income is $420,528. Our model has done a good job of predicting the actual net operating income of this property at $400,000. It's a little bit lower, but very, very close. To that, we applied a cap rate of 7% to determine the property value of $5,728,000. Turning to page 6, our cap rate table. The 7% cap rate falls within the 20th to the 80th percentile for the city of Winnipeg, and is also supported by the outside sources there. Turning to page 8, this is off of the website of the owner. He notes this property is located in St. James Industrial Park, in proximity to the Richardson International Airport and to Winnipeg's major retail node. Buildings feature good visibility with excellent access to Route 90 or Century Street, which is a major north-south thoroughfare. So the current owners acquired this property in 07. 1215 was built in 79 and 81. 1245 was built in 1963, 78, and 2011. The square footages are listed there. We've already been through that, and we can confirm the ceiling heights listed by the owner coincide with the ceiling heights we listed. At the bottom of page 8 on the right there, you see the crane bay. It's a 26-foot height. That's the higher ceiling portion. We have pictures of the property on page 9, an aerial view, and a map on page 10. Some more aerial photos on page 11 and 12, and street view photo on page bottom of page 12 and 13. On page 14, we have the mailer submitted to us, as noted, 0% vacancy for 2017. We have the rent roll listed on page 15 with the net rents as previously discussed on page 1. And we've already been over the income statement. They start with the base rent, add the recoveries, subtract the expenses. As we noted, the total property net operating income is $420,000. Very close to our model net income. And again, on page 25, we've talked about the overall industrial market in Winnipeg. Again, the overall vacancy in the market is for industrial properties is 3%. Again, the northwest section of the city on page 26 indicates 3% vacancy. This is the overall industrial market as a whole. Average net rental rates are listed there as well. And again, the cap rates listed by Colliers are shown on page 27. So overall, this is a good property, well located. The income approach, the model's net operating income is very close to the actual income of this property. We believe the 7% cap rate is appropriate and that the value of $5,728,000 is fair and equitable and should be confirmed. Thank you.
Mr. Nichols.
Sorry, yes. Your valuation is all by the model?
Yes.
Now, you said, sorry, the NOI was close to, and you're speaking, your model NOI of 400,983 is close to,
The property's actual.
which is, which number?
At the bottom of page 17.
Bottom of page 17. Which is, what number?
420, 520.
420, and that number was derived in what way? By, you subtracted the interest expense and also the amortization income to get to 420. That this is your work up at the bottom, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And of course, the statement also doesn't have a vacancy risk in it, does it?
There was no vacancy.
That's not what I asked. There's no vacancy applied in the statement, is there?
No.
Okay. And what about line item 3630 on page 16, other revenue? Did you take that into account?
On page 16,
Yeah.
3630.
Yeah, other income, 34,000.
Yes.
That's, you left that in there, right?
Yes.
Okay, do you know what it is? Well, you weren't the only one who made that mistake, but it's a mistake. So capitalization from your industrial table, and now I do have a question to ask the board, because now I'm a little concerned. I'm not going to let this go, by the way, so I hope you don't mind this. You're not supposed to look at previous board orders. Now, what if I've asked a question during the hearing has been asked already? Do we deem it to be asked and answered, or do we go back and ask it all over again? I stay up nights thinking about these things.
I'm seeing this. So exactly, I'm going to say, what's the question? I don't know which question you're referring to.
Well, let's just say I wanted to go and review the capitalization rates and the questions I had earlier about 90 Park Lane being a user, 1100 Waverly being retail instead of industrial. So just the rules of evidence are changing on us rapidly. Are we accepting the fact that I've asked those questions earlier in the hearing?
Oh, yes, we're accepting those.
Okay.
You don't have to re-ask them.
Okay, but what if
Just
you
tell us
get, what
if
if
you
you
want
get
us
an
to bring it
email in
forward.
the middle of the hearing telling us it's changed?
Then we'll change it.
Okay, just give me some warning. Those are my questions then, thank you.
Do you have any questions, Modest?
Well, thank you.
Kent?
Okay, so we know what this other revenue income is, page 16.
I'm assuming it's other property revenue, but I don't know definitively.
I'm sure we'll find out.
Yes.
Thank you.
3 buildings, so this includes the crane, the big building it's connected to, sort of, and the building off in the other quadrant here? Is that how it works?
Can I ask you, what page
On your
you're
page, on page 12. Because there's 3 buildings, correct?
Right,
It's listed as 3 buildings.
Right.
So I'm taking this, the crane is 1.
right.
The next one would be the building that's sort of attached to it, there is a space in between. By the looks of it.
I think it just appears that way. I think they're connected.
Well, if they're calling it a 3rd building though,
Well,
they're saying it's 3
when
buildings.
we put a new addition on, we'll call it another building, even if it's connected.
Okay, so that's connected, but that would be the third building then.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3. Looks like there was actually another one down the middle at one time, but it's hard to tell with these pictures. Because you've got it from 1959 to 2011, so the bay would have been one of the newest ones, is that correct?
Yes.
And that's the one that you put the rent at, I'm sorry, I gotta go back and forth. Now that's more of a loading bay, isn't it? When they have the crane in there for loading the steel?
I would assume so.
Okay, so that would have been the 18,360?
No, it's part of energy management space. So it's included in that 63,500 on the lease.
1 second. 63,500. So the bottom two numbers on your,
Yeah, energy management, if you look at the subject leases, had 63,500, and that's part of their building, that's part of their space.
energy, that's the 443.
Right, it's,
Right? And the 443, when I go to your sheet, what did you put the rent at on that space?
443, well, it's a combination of the 40.
Of the two buildings,
It's,
right? The two bottom ones, right?
yeah, it's roughly 520.
So why would it's because yours is a model, you weren't
It's a
using it.
model rent, yes.
But the 443 was the actual, correct? And that was a net?
That's an actual net rent.
And the other one was 525 and you put it at 596, is that correct?
The model reads.
The model did
Yes.
not you.
Yes.
Okay, those are the two numbers I want to correct it there. That was the 4. Your cap rate, you did 7. Too much paper some days, eh? My fingers don't work. So it's industrial, and it's between the 634 and 780, is that correct?
Oh, what's that again?
The cap rate,
Oh,
you're saying it's falling in between the 634 and the 780?
yes, it's in the middle.
Okay. Because you put it almost in the middle. Okay, you put it at 7. Okay, I finished my question. Mr. Newfeld, when you're ready on yours.
Thank you. So incidentally, as I mentioned, the assessor isn't the only one who made an error in reading that statement, so did the person who prepared this. Those two line items don't belong. Obviously, the depreciation amortization as a positive doesn't belong. Now, what the other income is they actually, from a financial perspective, they belong. From a real estate perspective, they do not. Now, this goes back to what I was saying earlier about reading statements for the self-storage sites. If you know with the property and you can make these adjustments, that's fine. What these two issues are they're counterbalancing statements, financial statements that then relate to the other side of the equation on the interest and the other costs. And it goes back to an incident, an occurrence that was about 10 years old. It's not part of the income at all, though. So the actual income, our mistake here is that the actual income is 377,694, which is indicated by the rent of that they get from the site. The property itself was originally designed on page 3. Looking at the site, the lower picture on page 3 shows a section of the building that's higher than the other part. The reason it was higher, it used to be at dock level. And the last tenant had a dock level. When that last tenant vacated, they could find no interest in the market. So they spent a third amount of money to remove the dock level and bring it down to grade. and then they got the new tenant in. And that's kind of going back to the way they dealt with it on their statements is on that's the difference. Now, the leases themselves, as clearly indicated, this was a comparable I used for 2525 Inkster, a newly renovated site for NRG. You can see they did a front replacement. They did work on the dock side to bring it back to grade level, and that came out at $443. The lease was an extension from an earlier lease that dated back to, I believe, 2008. And then they took a 3-year extension to, and as of March 19, the site has been vacant, the 63,000. I'm talking about it because it was a comparable I used and quoted in other sites, and at the time it was a decent rate. The income, then the statement is generally net. There are some non-recoverables, so I've changed the numbers. The income is 377,694. We're still using the vacancy rate, and that's a sort of a industrial and St. James vacancy rate. And it seems a bit understated when you consider that the actual vacancy, although post-reference, is 75%. But that's why we put vacancy risk in these, to account for these. So it'll be vacant for a year, and maybe we'll have a 10-year lease, and then it amortizes out to 7.5% over term. That's the concept of vacancy risk. So after my subtotal is then 350,122.
The subtotal is?
Right under the number underneath vacancy that used to be 431 is now 350,122.
I'm sorry, I've lost you.
Yeah, okay.
Subtotal is under the vacancy, and that becomes?
Where it used to say 431,864, 350,122.
Thank you.
The non-recoverables, the statement indicates $67,000, and we're going to apply 5%, which is $17,506. Structural reserve, we do have the 2 buildings, and each of these buildings is a different tenant. As you can see, Northwest is in one and NRG was in the other. Both are flat roof and 25 cents a foot. That number doesn't change, 20,478. The shortfall is incorrect because the utilities, we generally are trying to use a stabilized number, and there's nothing really wrong with the assessment department's business tax rates. I hope I don't get held to that when I go to hearings on those in a few weeks. But anyway, the site doesn't have air conditioning, and the R&M is also impacted by costs that are in the non-recoverables. So that's a bit of double dipping. So I've changed that down to $4. So the shortfall is $23,918. The NOI is $288,220. I apologize if that's a drop. That was a total.
Say it again.
288,220 NOI. And I apologize to the assessor, although I feel good that we did both make the same mistake. Not we, but me and him and the other person who did this on those. And it's a very honest error because of the way the statement is written. And if it weren't for the fact that I know this property and I know what those are for, I may have made the same mistake. For capitalization, I'm a little bit troubled here because normally this building should produce a rate that's somewhat close to the market. It's not a good property in terms of the Collier's rate study. It might sneak its way in simply because it's got a really prominent location, and it's close to an adequate size. And our industrial on this is 725 to 825 for multi-tenant B. I'm just trying to reconcile the vacancy that occurred. Now, in April 1st, 2018, they did not know the tenant was leaving. They know it now, and it is vacant now. I guess the only fair thing I can suggest is that you have to put yourself in the shoes as they existed April 1st, 2018, and it would be then in the 725 to 825 range. And 8% was the number I selected. And the reason, of course, it has to do with the other factors, the slightly lower ceilings and the unusual configuration. Although it is now well configured for semi-trailer access, but only in 2 bays. So that 8% comes to a value of $3,602,750, 3602750, rounded to $3,603,000. Now, I could probably talk about last year's order and get objected to and stop, so it is a different number from the previous year, but the income was substantially higher in the previous years. It's declining actual income is the reason.
Questions, Mr. Penny?
You stated that this is post-reference gone vacant?
That's correct.
How post-reference?
Um,
And when did that happen?
Well, the expiry was March 2019. I'm just trying to remember if this was a sudden loss or notice given. If notice was given, they would have received it September 30th, 2018, 6-month notice. So we haven't factored it into the valuation.
So they left in 19?
Yes, that's when the lease expired. I don't know the exact departure date. I haven't seen the next year financials. But it did not impact our reference year.
Right, and I think I may have missed your explanation of the other revenue, $34,828. What did that pertain to?
It's part of the balance sheet, not part of the revenue and expenses. So you know how a balance sheet works, and that's one of the things that I always find mysterious, is that there have to be journal entries on each side of the balance sheet. And that's really what it was. It pertained to the work done 10 years ago and the way that they put it in their books. But it's not rental revenue. It's not income whatsoever.
What is the source of it? What is the source of the revenue?
A paper transaction.
Okay, no further questions.
Maurice?
Well, it's difficult when it's all reworked like this, when it makes sense.
What you have to expect that when you see me, don't you?
Yeah, I do. I have no questions, Mr. Chairman.
Ken?
So there's no tenant. It's totally,
Well, the small site, still has the tenant. The large site, it's post-reference, and
post-reference.
I'm only presented for way of information.
Okay.
No way did we let it impact our value.
Okay, so it's post-reference.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
If we'd have used the actual rents, what would have been the income rate? I mean, it doesn't seem to be jiving with their...
Oh, but because they had those 2 entries that weren't part of the real estate.
But I mean, if you take the 2...
I'm using 377,000 as the top line, which is the rental income.
So what's your rental income on that number?
377,694, which is the same as the statement.
So 377,694. Divided by...
I thought you couldn't keep up with all those changes.
No, well,
So it'd be around 461, is that what you said?
at 695, I had $1 difference than him. on the income.
What did you have for your income then? Oh,
Yeah, no.
so I got it at 461 a square foot.
That's, probably sounds about right, yeah, because it's 443 on the big site and
525 on the...
something on the, yeah.
It's actually 461.
Yeah, that's what I got, 461.
Oh, yeah. Work this out.
Okay, I'm just pulling my string today.
How it slots there, Mr. Chairman.
It doesn't pay to be irrelevant. That concludes the matter, correct? Nobody wants to say anything else?
No. No, we're gonna take a little stretch now? or
No,
what?
I'm always game for a little stretch. Oh, we're doing good. So that was... Okay, let's call this meeting back to order. We're going to have the next property up, which will be 1271 Sargent Avenue, and its amount of assessed value. Mr. Penner, when you are ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the file number is 19-171. Rule number is 1300150100. The address 1271 Sargent. The value of the roll for 2020 is $4,758,000. This property was built between 1981 and 1984. Wall heights range from 11 to 22 feet. The zoning here is M2 manufacturing, general, and M3 manufacturing heavy. The gross floor area is 45,756 feet. The land area is 70,473. Turning to page 2 of my brief. See that this property was purchased in July of 2007 for $2.6 million. There is a subject property lease on this property. It's Unit Select Western, and they pay $550 net. Looking at my notes here, this property was purchased by the current owners as part of the Slate Office REIT portfolio sale in late 2015. And the cap rate derived from the sale is 6.9%. So turning to page 3, we show the details of that portfolio sale. See 1271 Sargent is listed among the properties that sold. There was 12 properties in total. So I've listed the gross leasable areas there and taken the actual NOIs from the 2015 mailers to determine the cap rate. So the total of the mailer income was $3,245,901, taken over $47 million. The purchase price of the portfolio is a cap rate of 6.9%. There are some allocations of individual properties within this portfolio, and on those we can calculate cap rates from that information. 891 Century, for example, is a cap rate of 7.16. 130 Lawson is at 6.65, and 1336, 1340 Sargent is at 6.33. So looking at those properties where we have allocations, 130 Lawson has almost the same NOI as the subject, 244,818 versus 244,407 for 1271 Sargent, and that one went for $3,680,000. So we could guess that this one probably went for in around $3,680,000. The other one that's similar is 1336 Sargent. The gross leasable area is very close, 42,092 versus 40,893 for the subject. And that one sold for $4.4 million. And the cap rate there is 6.33. So between 130 Lawson and 1336, 1340 Sargent, those cap rates are between 6.3 to 6.65%, pardon me. And we believe that, as we'll see, it's a good indication of the cap rate and supports the cap rate that we used on this property. So turning to page 4, we see those 3 properties I just mentioned. We know the allocations because the purchaser in the portfolio turned around and sold these properties, and when they did, they disclosed the allocation that each of those properties had, and that's how we can calculate a cap rate from those specific properties. On page 5, we see the news release from Slate Office REIT, wherein they indicate that they had sold 12 industrial properties in Winnipeg and sold them for $47 million, and the total square footage was 516,495. The details of those properties are again listed on page 6. The rest of the news release on page 7 and 8. On page 9, this is from the audited financial statements of Slate Office REIT, where they confirm that they sold 12 properties on, they use a date of December 21st, 2015, 12 properties for $47 million. Turning to page 10, we have some rent comparisons ranging from $5.85 to $12 a square foot. Page 11 and 12 is our income summary workup. Now, this property was originally built as an office, a small office space at 10,848 square feet in total, and the model rents are shown there, $13.47 and $12.81. To that, we applied a vacancy loss of 5.5, expenses at 2%, and a cap rate at 6.7%. On page 12 is the workup for the storage warehouse portion of this, 34,908 square feet at 580, gives us a gross potential of 202,466, vacancy loss at 4%, 2% expenses, and a cap rate of 6.5%, giving us a warehouse value of $2,850,000. On page 13, we see the sum of the parts. The 2 income streams combined total $4,758,000. As I noted, the Slate Office REIT portfolio cap rate was 6.9 overall. At 6.58, we were close to that. But if we focus on 130 Lawson and 1336 Sargent, those cap rates work up between 6.33, 6.5%, and we're right in the middle of that range. So the cap rate is derived from the model and fits within the 20th to the 80th percentile for the city of Winnipeg. Turning to page 16, we see some photos of the subject property. These 2 photos at the top here are right from the website of the owner. They note that it's a single tenant industrial building measuring 40,893 on 1.33 acres, 2 dock doors and 1 grade level door. The bottom of page 16, you can see the office space is at the front of the building, and the warehouse towards the back. We have overhead map and overhead view of the property at the bottom of page 17. Some alternate views of this property. Turning to page 19, we see the income and expense mailer submitted to us. They indicate a rent income of $224,912 and a net operating income of $230,635. And that's important to note that they're recovering all their expenses from the tenants in this case. Page 21 just indicates the terms of the lease, as we noted, listed in the subject leases there. Turning to page 30, again, we've touched on this, and looking at the overall industrial market in Winnipeg, we see an overall vacancy rate of 3%. There's no vacancy on the subject property. And you can see the average net rental rate is for Northwest at $735. and Collier's cap rates are shown on page 33. So overall, we believe the cap rate is fair and falls in line with the cap rate indicated in the Slate Office REIT portfolio. Now, we asked the agent for the owner for the allocation of the sale price to this property and said it wasn't available, or that's not how it was done, which begs the question, when they do sell this property, they have to have a value for it. And we also know that that REITs do quarterly appraisals on all their properties before every reporting period. So we do find it somewhat hard to believe that there wouldn't have been an allocation to each of the individual properties in this. We do have 3 allocations there based on those properties having been sold. Now, having said that, we do believe, it's my view that the valuation is a little bit on the high side, and we are prepared to make a lower valuation and make a recommendation for that amount. Now, the basis of that reduction would be using an overall rent of $6.15. I'll give you a copy of the revised. Can you just check, please? Is that right?
Yes.
How much is it? It's not the same square footage here.
Yeah, I know.
What's
I had
going
a
on?
question about that.
I was going, I can't figure this out. 'cause
We're going with the lease.
1271?
You got 40,893 on this one, but you
Yeah.
got 46, well, 45,756 on your first sheet on leasable street,
He's going to the lease size.
which is what Rocky did.
Well, I don't know, I haven't looked up Rockies yet.
Well, it's right there.
You see on your
The
page,
gross floor area you're referring
yeah,
to.
45,756,
Right.
and then the lease is 4893. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't believe that gross floor area is correct.
And the leasable area you had at 45,756 as well.
Yeah.
Right, but in our workup, if you'll note,
You were using the higher number, weren't you?
You're using,
no,
yeah,
Yeah,
you're using
the whole
45,756. You're using 10,848 and 34,908. So that's 45,756.
Okay, so that's the basis of our correction then,
Ah.
is correcting to the leasable area
Okay.
on the lease.
Okay.
All right, so applying,
But then you increased the rent amount,
pardon me?
but then you increased your rent
Well,
amount.
it's a combined rent, combines the office space with the warehouse space.
Yeah.
So the office rents are obviously going to be higher than the warehouse space. That's an overall rent applied to the leasable area. So based on that, we have gross potential of 251,492, vacancy at 4%, shortfall at 375, 2% for expenses. The NOI is 230,470. The NOI is by design to capture the actual NOI of this property as per the mailer. As I noted, the reported NOI is 230,635. That's very close and we think it's appropriate. We spoke about the 6.5% cap rate in reviewing the Slate Office portfolio. We determined that the two best comparisons there would be 130 Lawson and 1336 Sargent, which is just down the street. They're similar in terms of incomes and size, and range from 6.33 to 6.65%. So we think that's appropriate. And if we had an allocation based on those other two properties, we believe the actual purchase price of this property is probably very, very close to this. And on that basis, I would recommend that the value be reduced from $4,758,000 to $3,546,000. Thank you.
Commissioner Newfeld, questions?
I have questions. So the first question is, you have on your pages 11 to 13, that this is the model workup,
Yes.
and the changes on what your handout is a reduction in the physical area, which would be a physical change, not an opinion of value change, correct?
Well, I've revised my opinion of the
Well,
value.
yes, but it's comprised of, as I can see, several components, one of which is a reduction in the rentable square footage, which is not an opinion, but a physical difference.
Well, the building hasn't changed, but our numbers have changed.
I just want to clarify that was a physical change, and the rest are value changes. You've changed the rental rate slightly overall, and you've changed the cap rate.
No, cap rate left at 6.5.
The blended is 658, and now it's 6.5. Oh, yeah. So I just want to verify that those are the changes. Well, one being physical, two being opinion of value.
Yes.
Okay. You made a statement, made this several times, that the actual NOI is the same as yours, or close to the same as yours. Now,
Yes.
I'm going to ask a very difficult question here. Could you please stop misleading the board with that statement? Because you are disregarding vacancy risk, are you not?
I'm just stating the facts.
That's not a fact. You're misleading, aren't you?
No, I'm not.
You have to
misleading.
apply vacancy in order to say it has the same NOI.
This property had no vacancy and an NOI of that. And our workup after vacancy comes out to exactly the same.
Okay. Now, in your calculations, firstly, on page 3, you're saying that this NOI developed was from the mailer?
These are actual NOIs from the mailers.
The mailer, which 2015, was that when it was submitted to you, or is that the calendar year?
Calendar year, where they were available.
Okay, where they were available. And so it did not occur at the time of sale, did it?
These were 2015 NOIs.
Which, and the sale occurred when?
Well, it looks like it closed in December of 2015.
So you said this was a calendar year, so this was post-reference information then? Like, was this the mailer, I'm trying to get, the mailer's handed in April or June if you're late, right? So was this handed in April of 15 or April of 16?
16.
16. So some post-sale information is in here.
Well, I guess if you want to count 9 days.
And the source of the sale, what was the source of the sale?
Slate Office Street.
Sorry, and what, the source meaning, where did you find the sale information?
Well, it was released as a news release by
News
Slate
release.
Office Street.
Okay. So you found this as a news release, okay?
It also appears in the regulatory filings.
Okay, now you say there are the regulatory filings. Where did you, what was the source of these filings? And you're speaking, I imagine, about page 9?
Yeah, these are the audited financial statements
Where were they obtained from?
from CDR.
From CDR, okay. And you mentioned that quarterly valuations were required. Are you sure about that?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Is it policy of the assessment department to rely on sales from news releases?
Well, yes, if we can verify the information.
And how is it verified?
Well, we have the audited financial statements from Slate Office Street.
Was it at titles?
Pardon me?
Was it at titles?
No.
Now, you looked at Slate Office REIT. Now, the predecessor to that company was Huntington Capital. Did you look at their statements?
Yes.
And how far back did you go?
Probably 2011.
Okay, good. So do you have those with you?
Huntington's? No.
Do you know what GAAP is? GAAP, Generally Accepted Accounting Principles? Do you know when it changed to require the IFRS standard, which is the Independent Financial Review Standard?
And what changed? I don't
You know, are you familiar with that change?
In regards to what?
In regards to GAAP? The Independent Financial Review Standard
I
for
don't
companies that...
understand the question.
Companies that trade in the Securities Commission had to change their GAAP to what's called IFRS. Do you know when that change happened? It's a different standard of financial reporting.
No, I don't.
Okay. In the wake of Enron and Arthur Andersen's fiasco. Okay. Do you know, so you're not familiar with IFRS, do you know the difference between a finance lease and a ground lease?
I'm not sure what you mean by finance lease.
Well, you said you read the statement. I'm reading from Huntington's statement.
Yeah.
And it kind of explains it here. Now, are you familiar with that difference?
I know what a ground lease is,
In a financial statement?
yes. Mm-hmm.
And what is a ground lease?
Well, they are renting the land.
Okay, that's not correct, but that's fine. So you don't understand what it is in the statement. You know what a finance lease is?
I know. I'll see.
Okay. Did you read about the predecessor to Huntington Capital on ownership of these properties being IAT and their amalgamation December 27, 2012 with Huntington REIT?
Yes.
So you're aware that after the merger with the application of IFRS, that in Huntington's statement, which you said you've read, I'm reading the 1 year ending December 31st, 2012, the corporation has determined that only one of its tenant leases is a finance lease. The investment property under the finance lease has been de-recognized, and a finance lease receivable has been recognized on the consolidated statements. All ground leases have been classified as operating leases. Did you read that?
No.
Do you know what this means?
No.
Did you read the FAM real estate investment, December 31st, 2014, which FAM took over, FAM is Slate, and took over from Huntington, that they said the trust makes judgments in determining whether certain leases, in particular those leases with long contractual terms where the lessee is the sole tenant of the property, and long-term ground leases where the trust is lessee, are operating or finance leases. The trust has determined that none of its leases are finance leases. Did you read that?
No, not that.
Further on, did you read where it spoke to the leases in 2016? Assets classified as operating leases are not recognized in the statement of financial position. Did you read that statement?
No.
Do you understand what that means? And I'm trying not, I don't mean it in a rude way. It's an important point here. Do you understand what it means when someone says it's been de-recognized and it is not in the statement of financial position? Now, you understand that one of the issues at stake is that the sale, as we state, involved 15 properties, and you're saying it involves 12, correct?
Absolutely, that's
Okay.
correct.
Those are my questions, thank you.
Henry?
No questions, Mr. Chair.
What is?
No, I'm fine, thank you.
I'm good. Mr. Newfeld, on with your presentation.
Well, what I just read could be considered rebuttal if the board would like to read it as well, or I can tell you what it means verbally. It's rather interesting reading.
I think you can see it just verbally.
Is it fine verbally, or do you want somebody?
Would you like to have a copy of this?
I don't need to see it.
Would you like to see it, panel members?
No, I think I'm fine.
I can listen.
Okay, we'll listen. We heard it once already.
Actually, did.
No?
No, we didn't hear the conclusion, you're right.
That's right. There's been a lot of debate over this particular portfolio sale, and which included the subject property. 15 legal interests were sold. Only 12 of them are allowed to be recognized under the change in regulations at the Securities Commission. And it really dates to this Enron Arthur Anderson fiasco. The securities commissions around the world wouldn't let people put in book value anymore because it was misleading. So a lot of corporations had their book value, their assets, like Enron had billions in book value but had zip in actual value. So one of the changes in this was the value of a lease. For years, property businesses had put the value of their leases in their statements. So the change to IFRS, derecognition. Now, the only time you could put one of these leases into into your financial statement is if it had a lengthy amount of time on it, basically perpetuity, and it was this, as you heard me read out, was, I gotta get this right here, where the lessee is the sole tenant in a property and long-term ground leases where the corporation is the lessee. Now, so what IFRS did, we call it IFRS, is they changed all these, no longer are assets. So they go into the financial statements, they go in as when a corporation owns or leases the land and then puts a building on it and then releases it to tenants. They have to recognize the income coming in from the tenant, the costs going out on the ground lease, but it only goes to the books. They can't recognize it as an asset. That's what happened in 2012. And that's what this big issue is here. 3 properties are ground leases. They got de-recognized. Now, we knew about this because Rudy was their property manager, and he now works at Colliers, and he told me about it. And I've been saying this for years, and I guess it got, this has gone on long enough. If you can't read a statement, don't make the statements. This is what happened. We interviewed the vendor, the purchaser, the property manager, and 2 outside sources. So we knew that this was the transaction that took place, capped at 8.6%. If you took out 3 of the properties, maybe it would go down to 6.9. I haven't done the math on this, but remember, we also had the actual statements from time of sale to do our calculation, and the 5 outside sources of verification on it. Now, the board has heard this debate. How long have we been fighting over this? A year or 2? And I know what you've done. You've said, okay, one side says yes, the other side says no, you do what any board does. And said, we'll look at something else. Because that's people's natural inclination, is when you see a disputed issue. Point is, it's real. It's just a question of Securities Exchange does not recognize leased land because it's misleading on a statement. They set the rules, de-recognized. Now IAT, before they went and merged with Huntington, had them listed as assets. And when they merged with Huntington, they had to do the review because IAT is not SEC registered. They're a private company. When Huntington purchased them, they had to make that statement adjustment, which I just read it out to you. This is what they did. Now, you can still list it as a property you control, but you can't list it in your asset base. And until about 2014 or 13, it was still, these were still being listed as a property under their control. When Huntington was selling to Slate, they had to take them out, and that's why they don't show up. They can't, they're not allowed to. It's like, you know, nobody cares if you lease a property, it's cash flow. Now, these sites, subsequent to the, just prior to the sale to Slate, one of the sites was renegotiated in a long-term lease, and it ended up being recognized as a financial lease, as an asset. But that recognition only occurred after the sale, because it was in the works. But the property participants in the sale knew that it was going to happen, so they weren't operating under any illusion. One of the sites was a medium-term lease, which they thought was good value, and the third site was a total stinker of a lease, 2019 Sargent, which we have taken out of our calculations when we did our cap rate. We took the allocation for the income and the sale out, but we're leaving the original sale in. We're not capping, by the way, at the $47 million. We're capping on a lesser amount, but we are working within the $47 million statement, because they sold an operating lease. So this is where we get in our confusion. Now, moving on to the site itself, its income is pretty straightforward. As full, $230,000 is the net operating income. $224,000 is the rent. There are some adjustments on the recoveries that don't add up perfectly to the expenses incurred, and in this particular case, they're actually showing a surplus on recoveries versus costs. And one of the reasons why is that this comes from the property manager. So line 203, professional fees, doesn't get paid by the property manager, it gets paid by the owner after getting the statement. So that's missing out on the statement, and that's one of the issues there. This is a common occurrence, and every statements are every company does theirs differently. And the other problem with this statement is I've asked them not to do this anymore, is not to submit online. I've asked them if they could please submit their actual statements, because these items don't all get included, and I'd like to see it in handwriting rather than the electronic submission. So I'm attributing all of this to the unreliability of the system. But there is a rent of $224,912. The vacancy rate we're using is a combination of overall industrial with St. James at 7.3%. The non-recoverables are applied at, appears to be 5%. It's actually a little bit more than 5%. But we are using 5%. That's not right, is it? It should be 10,400. Oh, I see. It's 5% of the net rather than the vacancy. Okay, fine. I get it. Structural reserve, again, 25 cents a foot. Shortfall is a bit on the high side. I don't think the site is entirely air conditioned, so that should be slightly lower. But our NOI is $169,399, and let's be very, very clear about this. Every property gets a vacancy rate. You do not compare your NOI with the other site, with the other statement's potential income. That is completely inappropriate and misleading. We're applying a cap rate of 8.5. That reflects the cap of 8.6. Now, just for hypothetical calculation, if you took off the management non-recoverables of $11,000 and recalculated the cap, it goes higher, not lower. So if we took out $11,000 on there, which is 5%, our cap should be approximately 8.95%, because that's the math. Our math was calculated on 5% non-recoverables when we did this capitalization rate. And if you mess with it, the income hasn't changed. If you mess with it in some other fashion, then you have to raise the cap, not lower the cap. And there is great discussion of this in this textbook, not entered as evidence, that there is the appropriate theory on here that says that if you want to take out the non-recoverables, that's fine. Got to have a higher cap. And it's got to match it math-wise. So it's semantics, right? It's not that properties became more valuable overnight because you're ignoring the 5% non-recoverables. You've got to match it with a cap rate hike. So we kept our method consistent from the previous assessment period, and because we're actually following proper theory here. So our value comes to at $1,993,000, and that's our number. Thank you.
Mr. Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have some rebuttal evidence, if I may.
Sure. I knew we weren't going to get off easy.
It's one of those days.
What is it? It's always one of you.
Yeah.
Rocky says he doesn't sit with me very often, but he's gonna be the workout today.
Yeah, I'll give you a month worth of hearings in one day.
Variance?
It's okay.
Well, it's not a Friday afternoon.
No, that's okay.
This Friday.
Now, well, you dance with the one you brung.
Right. Guide us through the one you want us to start with.
Okay, let's look at Slate Office REIT Management Discussion and Analysis Q1 2015.
Okay.
So we'll start there. So on page, the first page, which is page 13 at the bottom, says in accordance with IFRS, the REIT measures its investment properties at fair value at the end of each reporting period. So that statement that they would have an allocation for each property, know the value as a part of that portfolio. There has to be a value for each property is basically what I'm saying. So to suggest that there's no allocations made to the individual properties and no means to account for gains or losses upon sale is in itself misleading. On the next page over is page 29. These are a summary of the properties held by Slate Office REIT on March 31st, 2015. So all of the 12 properties that they listed as having sold in that portfolio are shown as their holdings. And included in there is 1935 Sargent.
Do it slowly so we can find it.
Okay.
1935 Sargent.
Number 31 in the industrial.
31? There it is. Give us that number too.
So this is a property that is on a ground lease and fully disclosed by the REIT, as they should. There's a little number there, number 1. You turn the page. Oh, it's the leasehold interest with ground lease expiring in 2036. So this is the disclosure that's required by REITs. Full disclosure. And if they hold property on ground leases, they need to disclose that. What we don't see in here are the 3 additional properties that Mr. Neufeld says over and over sold as part of this portfolio. One is McGillivray Boulevard, one is 2019 Sargent, and the other is 1950 Sargent. Those properties do not appear in their holdings, and the reason being is they never owned those properties. Those properties were never sold into the REIT. They never took ownership. This is something we have been able to confirm with a representative of Slate Office REIT. And quite honestly, they're a little bit concerned at the suggestion that the news released that they sold 12 properties for $47 million. They're a little concerned that there's some idea that they sold additional properties as part of that $47 million and didn't disclose it. Okay, so they're a little concerned about that. They stated to us unequivocally, they did not own, they never owned, so they could not have sold those properties.
That was Sergeant,
2019 Sergeant,
yeah. 2019 Sergeant?
yeah.
Yeah.
1950 Sergeant,
And 1950 Sergeant.
and 2595 McGilvery, I believe it is.
Okay.
So, we have tried to investigate the details because not only Mr. Neufeld, but other agents are starting to put this in their briefs and portray this cap rate at 8.6, which didn't make sense to us. Reading Collier's cap rate reports, Rob Preto from Collier's referred to most industrial buildings were transacting between 6.5% and 7%. And no mention of an 8.6 cap or any other cap, and he does reference the 12 properties that sold. So, to clarify this matter once and for all, State Office REIT did not own those properties and did not sell as part of the $47 million portfolio. If they owned them and sold them, they would have to disclose that without any question. Or, obviously, that would be securities fraud if they did not disclose that. So, what we need is, what they require is more disclosure and not less disclosure. They can't say, oh, we're not allowed to say we owned it for whatever reason. They have to disclose everything they own, and they quite properly did. So, that's that document, shows the properties that State Office REIT owned, and tells us which ones they never did own. Looking at the status of title, this is the status of title for 2019 Sergeant, and Mr. Neufeld's already aware of this one. This one sold, the leasehold interest in this one sold for $1 million. So obviously this was not part of the $47 million. It sold for $1 million. You can see that on the second page. And if we look at the vendor, we see that it was Slate Management Corporation, not Slate Office REIT. There's a big difference. Slate Management Corporation manages the REIT, and they own approximately 1/3 of the REIT. So this $1 million was going to Slate Management Corporation and not Slate Office REIT. So that's very important. Next, I have given you a brief, Mr. Neufeld's brief on this very property last cycle. And I'd like to turn your attention to page 5, where he highlights the Slate portfolio sale. He just calls it portfolio sale in the fall of 2015. $47 million. And he says there was 516,495 square feet combined. And that square footage matches exactly with the 12 properties that Slate Office REIT news released. So Mr. Neufeld was right. 516,495 square feet is what was sold for $47 million. If we are to start adding additional properties into that, as Mr. Neufeld has this cycle, he shows 2019 Sergeant, 1950 Sergeant, and 2595 McGilvery as part of that. That adds up to over 700,000 square feet of leasable area, which he says sold for $47 million. Well, it's not possible. It can't be 500,000 and 700,000. So I think what we're left to rely on is the official filings of the company. They sold 12 properties, disclosed those 12 properties, disclosed the leasable areas. It's in the audited financial statements. So it's been looked at by the auditor as having met every standard. So the facts are, as I state in my brief, 12 properties. We can look at the incomes on those properties to determine a cap rate. Mr. Neufeld has never provided his workup of the cap rate, so we don't know where he's getting those incomes from. It's easy to see that he's obviously including 3 additional properties in there. So the State Office portfolio, we wouldn't use that as a cap rate anyway. The IAAO standard on verification and adjustment of sales, cautions against using a portfolio sale. Altus agreed with that position last cycle, but couldn't help themselves in this cycle. They're using slate office portfolio. And we can see the confusion, what properties were involved. Well, we've done our due diligence. We've checked with the vendor, Slate Office REIT, to verify the data. We have all the data, and we can see 8.6 never existed anywhere. It was always between 6.5% and 7%. It's unfortunate that many panels may have been misled by that evidence in the past. I want to make sure that panels aren't misled by that misleading evidence in the future. The facts are, as I state, and it's verified, it's the 6.9 cap overall. Thank you.
What's the question at this point?
No, I'm just gonna hand out the stuff I was gonna hand out earlier, since the paper's out already, may as well. This is the derecognition.
We'll see if anybody's got questions of the assessor first. Okay, any questions of the assessor on this?
So I think you said Slate Office will meet Slate Office Management are two different entities?
That's correct.
Totally different.
Yes.
Thank you.
What is?
No questions, thank you.
Did you pull the property registry on the other two properties?
No, there wasn't a title because the properties are owned by a holding company, an H-REIT holding company, and so it's the ownership of the holding company that changes hands.
And who owns it now then?
Narland, Vermont, otherwise known as number 390 Cathedral Holdings, is the owner of this property. So Vermont Narland is a partnership that owns the H-REIT Holdings 72 Corporation.
Are you presenting on this? Before you?
I just did.
You did it before.
I asked, this is what I asked you earlier, if you wanted the handout,
Yeah.
and you said verbal, and then I didn't realize we were going to have the whole package, so let's do the whole package. Actually, I do have a follow-up question.
Please.
When did Slate Management open for business?
I'm not sure.
Didn't check? You are aware that they registered to buy and trade properties in 2017.
Slate Management?
Slate Management registered to sell and buy properties in 2017.
What does that mean?
How could they sell a property they didn't own?
Well, they're on the title here, so that's a good question. Slate Management Corporation sold this property in 2015.
Which is what is it? A leasehold estate?
Yes.
So it's not a property.
Just transfer of land.
It's a transfer of a leasehold interest.
Well, what was your question?
No, I just asked if you knew when they opened for business to sell and buy and sell properties. That's not a leasehold interest,
It's
but
a
properties.
private
Okay.
corporation, so I don't know.
That's fine.
Nobody's challenging anything?
No.
Anything in summation?
Yes.
You going first or you?
No, I go now last.
Summation?
Well, we've been through a lot, so I'll keep it short. We did ask for the allocation, the breakdown of the 47 million amongst the properties, and met some resistance, so we'll just have to wait until the new owners turn this property around and sell it to get that allocation. We were told that there was no allocation available, which leads me to wonder how would they account for gains and losses if they don't know what the property was worth when they purchased it. So we could speculate that that value was in around 3.6 million, the same as 130 Lawson, and we think that the value of my recommendation at 3,600,000 is fair, and I'm asking the board to reduce the value, but reduce it to my recommended value, 3,546,000.
Before you go, you didn't pull these off of our files. Rocky had submitted them.
I will go through all of them.
You
So
don't?
you guys
Well,
can
there's a whole bunch of them submitted
It's
in
over
this
to you guys.
particular file.
You tell me to-
Which one is that? Is that last year?
No, this is the, I don't know, I haven't read it.
Oh, well, good for, let's see. I submitted it?
Yes, you did. It was the last, it's on the bottom of your pile, anyway.
Oh,
For,
that I just handed out
for
now?
1271 Sergeant.
It's attached to this grade for this property.
Is it attached?
Yes,
Yes,
with a
but-
big part. Yep, this is the copy.
Okay, so it fell out of mine. Yeah, well, I don't care, one way or another.
I think you're in trouble.
Well, yes, but who would you rather be in trouble with? And this is an official question. The laws of our land or the chair of the Board of Revision?
Usually my wife.
Okay.
On with your summation.
Well, I get to hand out summation something, because this is argument time. I know that this is okay to hand out. What I'm handing out, not going to any detail on it, but my friend Mr. Mercury provided this to me. This talks about hearsay. That's the Supreme Court of BC talking about it. This is the case that talks about hearsay. And it basically says that unless you know something or you have an expert, you're just hearsay. Now, this whole idea of Slate and Huntington before them and Vermont after them, I've presented it to you. I've worked for Huntington, I've worked for Slate, I worked for Vermont. That's not hearsay. The assessor has presented you nothing but hearsay and speculation. We presented you with the evidence that shows that there was a change in IFRS, which is the derecognition of the property status of 3 properties and one that was changed to a finance lease and then recognized as being an asset. That was the one that the assessor pointed out being a ground lease that expires in 2036. That's what we presented you. That was one of the 4 leases that was reviewed and deemed to be an asset, and therefore placed back in the statement. And it only happened because they got their lease extended. The other 3 were derecognized. They're not allowed to be called an asset. They are selling of an income stream. That's why the issue that we're dealing with here. Now, it's still the selling of an income stream. The vendor was still all the money. IAT, private, sold to Huntington, merged with Huntington. Huntington sold to Slate. Slate sold to Vermont. Vermont now owns it. Slate authorized me to appeal all these properties in 2015 before the sale. Vermont authorized me to do the same after the sale. So where's the mystery here? Did I miss something here that someone who authorized me didn't have the authority? It didn't. They were the same parties. Now, if the assessor's having troubles doing this and it's going to the internet for help, that's just sad and it's misleading. And it's not the only thing he's misled you with. He's misleads you with his contemplation of net operating income versus potential income. That is not appropriate. That's where the misleading is happening. And that's why this hearing was going to go along from the beginning. We're putting our cards on the table here. I'm a little tired of this. And it's on constant contact with us, accusing us of not giving information. The problem is, questions are asked and answered. This is what we have for you. You don't like it? You know what? Too bad. It's just because you don't like it, because that doesn't fit your model. It throws everything off. because we're actually dealing with real estate, not guesswork. We're not taking income and expense forms and matching them to sales. We're taking actual transactions, what we're supposed to do. And of properties that are actually industrial properties, not office flex warehouse and superior properties. And that's where we're running into this issue. So everything's on the table, and I understand very well that when boards are faced with disputes, you don't know what to do. We're comfortable where we are. We're part of Canada's largest real estate organization. We've done our due diligence, and we're not out to advance any position to benefit anyone. This is the sale. And we've had 2 outside verifications on the cap. It's what we do. And as far as trading and selling our information with the assessor, let's just ask a very serious question. Has anybody actually seen the model? Really, nobody has seen it. You've given the mystery document. It's actually kind of fun to debate an actual cap, because you can look at the numbers and make your own judgments. But how about the mystery cap rate? Thank you, that's my presentation, and I gotta get back from badly.
5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to have a follow-up question
Okay,
on derecognition.
we'll let him forward that. Fire it up. Now we're going back to the same issue. You had another.
I just, Mr. Chairman, thank you. I just wanted an explanation on derecognition. I'm not sure what was said with regard to that. You said certain leases were derecognized
As an asset.
So which ones were derecognized?
Well, the 4 that were being reviewed were the 4 that are the subject of our debate.
And then one of them was recognized.
And one of them came back in after the lease was extended.
So where is the disclosure about those properties, the specific ones?
That is the disclosure.
But it would name which properties they are. There has to be a disclosure.
No, because they purchased them from IAT. IAT is a private corporation. And with the purchase, they brought them in, and then they never disclosed them as owned or not.
So the last filing Huntington Capital did, they still listed as assets 2019 Sergeant, 1950 Sergeant, 2595 McGilvery, did they not?
No, they had them in a separate category, and they listed them, but not for asset base, just as.
So they were listed as part of their holdings.
They were written down, but they weren't recognized.
So
I think I saw them in there, and I don't have that statement.
So Huntington maintained ownership, and then Slate Management took over.
No, the whole portfolio went from Huntington to Slate. I was in Slate's offices meeting all the principals. They had control over all of them, and that was in before the sale. It was we had a meeting in Toronto. So what can I say? They had them.
Slate Office REIT.
Well, Slate Office REIT operates, there are subsidiaries to Slate, and if you read the material in the full financial disclosure, they will tell you that they have subsidiary companies. For example, FAM is one of their REITs, and FAM holds some of the holdings, and then HCC holds the other of the assets. So it's a case of different subsidiaries.
What I'm saying is Huntington never sold to FAM REIT those 3 properties we're talking about.
I got a statement that says otherwise, so.
Can you provide that to us?
I have the owner's authorizations on all of them. I think that's as far as we're going to take this.
It would be helpful if you provided some documents, because they fly in the face with the official CEDAR documents of what was sold and what was owned.
No, No, you're making that up.
Well, here's the
You're not
documents.
reading them right.
Well, I don't know how hard it is to read 12 properties with 500,000 square feet sold by Slate Office REIT.
That's all argument, that's not fact.
Well, so Slate Office REIT is making that up? Is that
No,
your
you're
position?
making the stuff up, is my opinion.
Well, it's-
Gentlemen, are we just
Yeah,
gonna have a
I think
little
we-
debate here, or we,
That's all, that's all is, right, that's as far as.
let's
Are you being
just, you're
serious
both
now?
agreeing to disagree, I think.
That's fair.
making it up?
I said that was my opinion, yes.
It's official documents.
I think we'll conclude the matter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Let's move on to the next one.
Let's do that.
And that'll be Ken Keenly side, amount of assessed value. When you are ready, Mr. Penner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. File number 19-4582. The roll number is 14093836900, 10 Keenly Street. The value in the roll for 2020 is $4,556,000. The actual year built is 1974. The effective year built is 1999. The wall heights average 22 feet. Turning to page 2, we have subject property leases in place, ranging from $550 to $750 a square foot. And the areas are listed there, so the property is full. Rent comparisons are found on page 3, ranging from $650 to $785 a square foot. We believe are supportive of the overall $662 a square foot that we're using in the model. Turning to page 4, we have our model value, 49,920 square feet. We've applied the model rates to the various areas on the side. And that works out to an overall $662 a square foot to derive the potential rent of $330,585. To that, we're applying a vacancy of 5%, expenses at 2%, and an overall cap rate of 6.55%. Should be noted there's been no vacancy in this property since May of 2017. Turning to page 6, we have our cap rates. The 6.55 falls within the 20th to the 80th percentile for the city of Winnipeg. On page 8 is from the owner's website describing the property. It's located in the Elmwood area of Winnipeg. The industrial strip was built by our chairman in 1974. The building suffered a fire loss in October of 2009. Nearly 50% of the structure was replaced in 2010. That's the reason for the upgrade in the effective age. Also saw the entire facade redeveloped as part of the reconstruction. There's ample compound space located in the rear and on their adjacent on the site. So the owners state that the year built was originally 1974, and a good portion of the property was rebuilt in 2010. They state the building area at 50,000. They list the rest of the pertinent details, and the ceiling heights vary. Part of the reconstructed area, they increased the ceiling heights at that time to 22 feet, and the rest are 18 feet, dock and grade level loading. So we have some pictures of the subject from the street view on page 9 and 10, overhead map view on page 10 at the bottom. It's just off of Keenly side and on the corner of Thomas Avenue. Some more overhead views of the property on page 11. Some street views of the property at the bottom of page 12. Brings us to the financial statements. We have an NOI of $335,578 on this property. We have the leases in place starting on page 16. These are the actual leases in the rent roll. We've already noted the subject leases in place on page 2. Again, towards the back of our brief, we have some some of the outside sources and their commentary on overall vacancy. The overall vacancy for industrial properties in Winnipeg is 3% in the reference period. In the east area, where this is situated, the overall vacancy is at 3.6%. And Collier's cap rates are shown there on page 27. So we believe $4,556,000 is a fair and equitable value. We believe the model has done a good job of predicting the NOI on this property at $330,585 is close to the actual NOI on this property, which is a good thing. We believe our cap rate is appropriate, seeing as a good portion of this property was rebuilt. And we ask that the panel confirm the value at $4,556,000.
Mr. Neufeld, questions?
Yes, page 4 and 5, valuation all done by the model.
Yes.
You mentioned that you believe that there's been no vacancies since May of 17. Now, is that based on your read of the rent roll on page 16?
Yes.
However, the statement tells a different story, does it not?
How so?
Well, the statement doesn't not indicate a fair amount of vacancy expense.
Right. I would be pertaining to the early part of the year when there was vacancy.
All right, and when did the vacancy start, do you know?
I'm not sure when it started.
What does the assessment department typically do for policy on chronic vacancy? I've heard a couple of different answers on this. The majority seem to say 2 assessment periods.
Yeah, I'm not sure where the judgment falls on that.
Okay, but it's more than periodic vacancy, though. It has to
Right.
demonstrate. Now, when did you say the fire occurred?
2009?
Okay, and then reconstruction took some time?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you review the vacancy from that period until the current time?
No, I didn't go back that far.
Those are my questions, thank you.
What is?
Yeah, I was looking at the leases on page 2. And I guess they're pretty close to your total of $335.85. Because I've done the work up here. It looks like $336,000 on the actual leases on page 2. You haven't worked that out, have you?
I haven't worked it out, but I'm pleased to hear that
Well, it looks like it
Well,
anyway.
it's
I did a quick.
fairly predicted the income.
So the mailer, I haven't looked at it yet. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
So actually, the net revenue, 431, that doesn't seem to work. So I'll just skip that, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Ken?
Just, is this one building or is this 3 buildings? Like it looks like it's 3 separations. Is this equipment is? And one building or is it 3?
We consider it to be one building.
One total?
Yeah.
Apologize here, yes, this actually here, it was built in 1974, but you have a 1999 effective date.
Right. That reflects the significant rebuild after the fire. Yes, at least half of it was rebuilt.
Okay, that's just my questions, Mr. Chair.
Towards the vacancy, on your page 13, his income statement, it says less vacancy and free rent, and it shows the vacancy base rent of $47,834. Which statement is this? That's 2017.
Right, that would reflect the vacancy that was occurring in early 2017. If you look at the rent roll, you'll see that a new tenant moved into Unit A in March of 17, and it appears they had 2 months of free rent. And in Unit C, also someone moved in March of 17 with, it looks like a couple months of free rent as their lease started in May. So it was Unit A and C contributing to that significant vacancy earlier in the year.
So when was the fire in there?
2009.
2009.
So that vacancy wasn't a result of the fire,
That was-
for other reasons.
Okay, but see what Mr. Newfeld has to say. Mr. Newfeld, when you're done reading.
I'm just trying to understand something here. So the fire occurred in 2009, and first on the scene were the firefighters. Second on the scene were the people from Colliers, me and the property manager. There was some shingling materials that caught fire and ended up destroying half the building, and the tenants and the rest of the tenants were flooded out. So repair took about, there was structural repair because they had to rebuild the part that was burned, and I'm trying to recall the exact date that it was completed. It was sometime, I believe, late 2011, early 12, when it was finally completed. Now, the leases that are shown on here, some of them were tenants and stayed, moved Heartland Archery, Interstate Battery, Alpine Animal Hospital, Griffith Foods, were all tenants that stayed with the property. And you'll note that their leases restarted in 2013. And they were the small tenants on the east side, and the fire was on the west side. They were flooded out. So everybody restarted at that point. And there are some dates that predate that, but those were original move-in dates. And you can see there's some notes here. Some free rent was handed out. The major tenant was a building supply operation who they found temporary accommodations for next door and did not come back. So the building was in a state of reabsorption to the market from about 2012 onwards to 2017. And what we're looking at here is a chronic vacancy situation. It's a 5-year reabsorption period, which coincides with the length of a lease, and not uncommon at all, especially considering the location on Keenley's side. This is a block south of Nairn and faces the former landfill site, Pine Tees area. So it's not the greatest location. The building supply company was the best possible tenant for it because they didn't really need the exposure and the frontage. So we do have statements going back all those years showing that the absorption took that long, and as a result, allocation of a chronic vacancy should be considered. Now, the workup that was done here was, as you can see below, the actual vacancy, the cash vacancy, which is important for the statement here. And remember, cash vacancy consists not only of not getting your rent and the shortfall, but the discounts that you have to hand out to get people in your building. And that is part and parcel of it. So the calculation done by our office was to look at the 335 and then apply a 15% vacancy and then extend that through to get an NOI of 173,246. So the number without the chronic vacancy would be a market-driven rate, probably in about the 7% range. Now, in that respect, we would still differ a bit from the assessor's NOI, but as you can see, the major issues were the higher vacancy, which relates to higher shortfall. And in this case, there were major non-recoverables, and those non-recoverables, you look at the statement, were pretty clear. It's the leasing commissions relating to the getting the space back up and leased. It's a one-time event. It was a catastrophic event. So we had leasing commissions of $22,000 that were incurred in there. And then there was some landlord's work as well. So the number they put in was $53,000 to account for that. I can't figure out the reconciliation, to tell you the truth. A very, very simple take on this is to look at the net income for the period, which is a loss of $21,000, and then look at the expenses. So we did have a great deal of landlord's work. And now this is work that was done over and above the insurance claim. This was to induce tenants to move in. So one way of looking at this, and embracing all the expenses, one way of looking at this is to simply take the $21,000 and subtract the $246,000 as a capital expense, and then you come up with an NOI which includes everything: vacancy, non-recoverables, shortfall, etc. And that NOI would be $225,091. That would be my simplistic way of looking at this statement. Is the net loss of $21,000 and taking the landlord's work, putting it back in as a capital expense, and embracing all the other costs as a chronic vacancy problem caused by a catastrophic event. $225,091. So I think that that's reasonable, and I'm adjusting my NOI to that. That's what I would do. I think the person who wrote this may have a different view on it, but I'm the boss, so I get to call the shots here. $225,091 NOI. As far as the cap rate is concerned, now typically this building would be, this is another one of these marginal properties. Would Colliers consider it or not? And earlier I told you what our general market parameters on this industrial multi-B, 725 to 825. And you always hear me talking about the negative issues, but there is a positive issue in that we're at the bottom. So there's nowhere to look but up. So you can have a bit more of an optimistic cap rate. Not the 8.5 here, because if you've accounted for all these costs, and the assessor's right, the lease up did end up occurring, there are still costs to pay. Remembering our restrictions under the Municipal Assessment Act, we're to look backwards, we don't look forwards. At no time in the last 6 years has there been an allocation for vacancy. There was an allocation for fire destruction, which was pure and simple math on how much space was left that could still be used in the land value, but never one for reabsorption after the destruction. Because when it occurred in 2009, in the buildup of coming back up to early 12, we were dealing with previous reference years, which showed a great looking statement. So now we're finally getting the repercussions on the fire because there's a lag. That's why this exists. So I'm suggesting a cap rate of 7.5%, which is, in my mind, is more aggressive and considers the upside value. This is not a great industrial property due to location. The rent never really performed that great to begin with, but if there is an upside in the upcoming years, stabilization, less non-recoverable costs, and lower vacancy, lower shortfall. So that number works out to $3,001,213, $3,001,213, rounded to $3,001,213. 1,000. Now, previous years, this isn't talking about orders, this is just talking about the problem, are under appeal. And it's my opinion that the 2018 value has to consider the chronic vacancy issue, which it did not. And 2016, a part of the year has to be considered as well. So those were our concerns, and we're been relatively consistent on where this should end up going. Oh wow! Yeah, we're not supposed to talk about previous orders. Brutal.
You didn't put another one in here, did you?
No, it's just a really bad panel. Thank you, that's my presentation.
Mr. Penner.
No questions.
Ken.
No questions, Mr. Chair.
Morris.
Well, I had a questions on unrecoverables at 18.83%, but I see you've recalculated stuff, so I
We'll
won't
put
ask
it
the
all out
question.
and go to simplistic.
Okay, thank you.
bottom line.
That's all, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Okay, that concludes that matter. Just moving along. Property on 11919 James Street, amount of assessed value. When you are ready, Mr. Penner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The file number is 19-425. The roll number is 13096044700, 1199 St. James Street. Value in the roll for 2020 is $4,178,000. This property was built in 1964, has wall heights of 21 feet. It's in an area zoned M3 manufacturing heavy. The gross floor area is listed there. The land area is 102,528 square feet. Turning to page 2, we see this property was purchased in February of 2007 for $2,700,000. There are subject property leases in place, being $750 and $775 per square foot net. On page 3, we have rent comparisons ranging from $7.24 to $8, which we believe supports well the overall square foot rate applied at $7.66 a square foot. Turning to page 4, here's our income workup. I believe we use the actual rents in place as reflective of the market. To the 41,469 square feet, we applied $7.66 per square foot to determine the potential rent at $317,485. To that, we applied a vacancy loss of 4%, expenses at 2%, shortfall at $375. To determine the net operating income of $292,470. As a point of reference, on page 3, the actual NOI is $318,447. So again, our model has done a fairly good job of predicting the net operating income from this property. If anything, it's a bit conservative. To that, we've applied a cap rate of 7% to determine the capitalized value of $4,178,000. Turning to page 6, we see our cap rate selected falls within the range of the 20th to the 80th percentile for the city of Winnipeg, and we believe supported by the outside sources as well. We have an overhead view of the property, a map view at the top of page 8, an overhead view of the property at the bottom of page 8, and some differing views of the property on page 9. Page 10. Some more views and some street views of this property on page 11. And the income statements are provided starting on page 12. As I mentioned, the actual net operating income from the property is at $318,447. We determined that by using the earnings before depreciation on page 13. In the year-to-date actual column, the earnings before depreciation is at $216,972.62. We added back to that $101,474.98 in mortgage interest, as we don't account for mortgage interest expenses in the appraisal, which gives us our actual NOI from the property of $318,000. Turning to page 14, we have the subject leases in place in the rent roll, and we can see that the rent, the industrial rent, is showing at $766, which is what we've used in this property. Again, the supporting evidence from the outside sources is the same. Overall vacancies, 3% in the northwest area, 3% as well. So we think our vacancy allowance at 4% is more than adequate. So overall, we've used the actual rents in place on this property, applied market parameters, and we believe the value derived is fair and equitable, and should be confirmed at $4,178,000. Thank you.
Mr. Neufeld, questions?
Yeah, you're calling this actual, you're at $317,000 for potential rent?
Yes.
On page 12, you've got a statement that indicates $300,882.
Yes.
Well, that's not 317,000.
No, the calculation of 317 is shown there using the rent in place and multiplying by the leasable area.
For rents that changed at some time during term, but during the reference period were not earned. They're forward-looking rents, are they not?
Well, they're the rents in place as of the reference date. So they're the rents in place as of the reference date.
Right. Now, if the rents change, would the recoveries change too?
Possibly.
Sorry, I had one other question here that I just spotted. But you said that, but your page 4 and 5, are these still the model?
The parameters are the model, yeah.
Okay, so there's been no changes, no overrides on this?
No.
Okay. Sorry. No, thank you, that's all I wanted to ask.
Ken, questions?
Sorry, what was the actual NOI?
We were
Adjusted.
adjusted, we worked it up to $318,447.
37?
Yes. 318,447.
Thank you.
Maurice?
No questions, thank you.
Mr. Neufeld, on with your presentation, sir.
Thank you. So we're using the actual earned income of 300,882. Actually, it's rounded to 300,650 to make it look to 725. That's on the statement provided. The issue with using rent rolls is that one never knows if there's other issues in the rent roll, whether they're net or they're gross, or there's different discounts applied to it. In this case, the statement is the best thing. And remember that if it's a result of a step up, which I'm looking at this change of 2017, that it really wasn't earned during the period. It's a forward-looking number.
not a reflection of actual earnings. So I'm going right to the statement. 300,000 is the number. We're using an actual vacancy rate from the area, and supported by the Johnson report. And now the only question I had is I haven't read this, and I gotta always change my brain to read other people's statements here. There are non-recoverable expenses here, and they were put in as actual. Okay, so there wasn't a percentage. This is the actual line item, non-recoverable, 14,229 from the statement. Structural reserve, again, same issue. Landlord's responsible for some stuff. You have to have a reserve. That's appropriate theory. The calculation of shortfall is incorrect because utilities wouldn't be at 245, and the R&M by the statements is nowhere near $2. So I think that's because the tenants are responsible for a great deal of the repair and maintenance themselves, and they do it themselves. So I think that number, based on the actual, should be at $450 a foot, not the number quoted there. So that would adjust downwards to 13,622 from the number of 19,295, which changes the NOI to, oh, I hope I get caught on this because I think I hit the wrong number at the end. I might be $2 off. 240,636.
636?
Yes, I'm waiting to be caught because I think it's 24060. I don't know if I went positive or negative by $2 here. I'm waiting to be caught. And I mean that in all due respect.
Close enough for
I
me.
enjoy it very much.
Close enough for me.
240,636. The other problem on the statement, which is why it's a little difficult to read, is there's a lot of prior period adjustments, and you'll note that there's about 15,000 on the revenue side. You'll note that the realty taxes are over recovered, so that's going to cause an adjustment in the next year. So that is a little bit difficult on the statement of liability. It's not clear to us to come to a number and look at the end of the statement and work forward. So we're going to have to go with the 300,000 and the other costs without going to the bottom line. The last, and I know my property owners. The last one we looked at the statement on Keenly side. I've been looking at that statement for 20 years. This one, this client, I've been working with them for some time too, and they, like I said, everybody does a different statement. But that's the number I believe is reliably the NOI. Capitalization rate, this is an interesting site. You'll note on page 3 that it is registered on a contaminated impacted sites program. And interestingly enough, one of the tenants is Hasco. I think they work in the business of dealing with impacted properties. Just a coincidence. On that basis, we're looking at whatever you would think a nominal rate would be if this fit in the Collier's model or not, between 7 and 8.25. If the impacted site raises that. And have I talked about that today already, or do I have to repeat myself? No, I think we went over that. We had one. That's why we're at 9%. So my number is 2,673,738.
2673738 rounded to 2674. The only comment I'm going to make, and I guess I don't care if you hear it or not, last year we didn't catch the environmental registration on it, and that's the difference. Thank you.
Mr. Finner?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Neufeld, your starting point was the actual rent as per the statement, $300,650. But your ending point, the NOI, is $240,636, if I heard correctly, whereas the actual NOI reported is $318,000. Can you explain why you're so far off the actual NOI?
Well, I mean, perhaps you weren't listening, but I'll repeat myself. There must be attributed a vacancy risk, which isn't in the statement. It must be attributed a shortfall, which isn't in the statement. And there must be some non-recoverables for structural reserve, which are not in the statement. The balance of the issues that would relate to the difference are the line items that were prior period adjustments in the statement. And we can see right away that recoveries on realty tax, $88,000, and actual expenses, $79,000, lead me to believe that this statement's going to get amended, and therefore I do not want to rely on it. You'll notice that the total recoveries, $130,000, and they're at 100 and I have to read the other lines too. Realty tax management, sorry, they're at 135,000, and below it says they're 125,000. So we're going to see an adjustment.
So this is a case where they're recovering 100% of the expenses?
Yes, I believe they're recovering 100%. In this case, this statement is indicating they're recovering more than 100%, which means that the next statement will have an adjustment.
But the intent is to recover.
Yeah, absolutely. And then on the next page, they do list their non-recoverables, and of course, we're not including mortgage interest, but the other non-recoverables we are including at $14,229.
Right. Your vacancy report on page 7 from the Johnson report, that doesn't cover all of the industrial properties in the city, just the investment inventory?
Yes, that's correct. The people who invest in property and rely on cap rates don't care about the rest of it. They care about the investment vacancy. If you're buying a property based on its income, you're using the income method, you don't care about buildings that are owner-occupied and someone deems to be empty or full. Plus, you're not getting the reporting from them. Mr. Johnson has a good ability to get the reporting from the property managers, and therefore that number I find is far more reliable.
Mr. Chairman, if I may just present rebuttal. I promise I'll be quick.
It's okay, I may fall asleep.
Did you take this one or?
No, I did not take one. I'm waiting.
Yeah, I've got that.
So I'll just address this quickly. So our department is tasked with assessing all the industrial properties in the city. So we look at the entire inventory and not just 1/3 of it, which is approximately what the investment inventory would be. So looking at the total inventory, for example, we see the St. James vacancy rate for 2017 is about 3.9%, and the overall city of Winnipeg is 2.8%. I just wanted to point out that because we're assessing all the property and we are applying a market vacancy to owner-occupied property, we have to consider what is going on with the owner-occupied properties and other properties and look at the overall market.
Well, I'll take that that's a question, and I'll answer that fairly clearly. The total inventory is completely underreported. Now, I know, for example, I have a client in one of the areas that's reported at 0%, and I happen to know that he's got one building empty at 16,000 feet and another building empty at 50,000 feet. So they don't report it, because basically they don't even answer the phone when Wayne Johnson calls. So that's why it's not reliable. And there are many owners in that position. Another property owner, going through the list, I can go through them anecdotally on all of these properties and tell you about the owners who I know have vacant space and just don't report it. That's the problem with the overall one. And it's a fair point, but what's better, to have an accurate number or to have it pop up that you didn't catch someone because they don't answer Johnson? We know what the numbers are. And Collier's tracks an even narrower band of investment properties for our vacancies, which are basically managed properties.
I have no further questions.
What is?
No questions, thank you.
Okay,
No questions, Mr. Chair.
no questions. Thank you very much, gentlemen. It's been a great day.
Thank you all for your patience today.